Ready? Okay. All right, we'd like to call to order January 23, 2023's City Council meeting. Will you please call roll?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Mayor Koo,
Here?
Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka, and Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, we have 6 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll start off with special orders of the day. And the first one is, I'd like to read a statement. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, a terrible tragedy in Southern California took place. To honor the victims of this horrific event impacting the Monterey Park and AAPI community, President Biden has ordered all American flags to be flown at half-staff for the next several days. In addition, we would like to adjourn tonight's council meeting in honor of the persons killed and others injured. We are saddened by this tragedy and extend our condolences to the Monterey Park community as they mourn the loss of so many. Our hearts and prayers are with the victims, survivors, their family members, and friends in Monterey Park, and anyone who is impacted by this tragic event. In addition, I do have a proclamation to celebrate and commemorate Lunar New Year 2023. Whereas today we commemorate Lunar New Year and join families in California, Asia, and around the world in welcoming for those following the Chinese zodiac or similar zodiacs in other culture, the Year of the Rabbit on January 22, and for the Vietnamese zodiac, the Year of the Cat. And whereas Lunar New Year predominantly celebrated by millions of Asian and Pacific Islander Californians of Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Filipino, Malaysian, Singaporean, and Vietnamese descent, is a time of joy and renewal. And whereas on this special day, families celebrate and prepare for the arrival of a new year of good health and prosperity. As we look forward to a joyous new year, we proudly reflect on the contributions of the API Californians who literally built California. From America's first transcontinental railroad to the farms and small businesses foundational to our state's economy. And whereas locally in Palo Alto, Mr. Thomas Fong Chu, owner and innovative businessman for canning processing innovations, preserving fruits and vegetables at the Bayside Cannery in Mayfield, Palo Alto, also known to locals as the Fry's Building. Mr. Chu is also known for hiring workers from different ethnicities, providing housing and hot lunches for his Chinese laborers. In addition, we celebrate and acknowledge Pacific Islanders for decades providing quality and much needed home care to many members in our community. And whereas we also recognize that discriminatory laws, xenophobic policies, misogyny, and mistreatment suffered by API Californians are a blight on our state's history. We must also continue to call out and stand against the anti-Asian rhetoric and violence that increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. As Californians, we must reject past and present prejudice and embrace inclusion. Today, let us join our API friends and neighbors in celebration. As the door to the Year of the Rabbit and Cat opens, we wish good fortune, health, and happiness to all those who celebrate. Now, therefore, I, Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize and celebrate the Lunar New Year 2023, encourage California schools to take time to educate our students about the traditions of Lunar New Year and the past and present contributions of the API community in our state. Thank you. And with that, we have closed session scheduled. There are 2 items, and I read them both, right? Okay. The first one is conference with the city attorney, and the subject is written liability claim against the city of Palo Alto by James Goodrich. The second one is conference with labor negotiators. for the SEIUs, the Service Employees International Union, Local 521, Utilities Management and Professional Association of Palo Alto, the Palo Alto Peace Officers Association, the Palo Alto Police Management Association, International Association of Firefighters, Local 1319, Palo Alto, and the Palo Alto Fire Chiefs Association. Can we move?
Ask for public comment.
Oh, thank you. Is there any public comment?
No, Madam Mayor, there are no requests to speak.
Thank you. So with that, I'd like to ask for a motion to go into closed session, please. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker, and second by Councilmember Burt. Madam Clerk, can we take a vote?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing. Oh, sorry. So that Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Okay, and Councilmember Lipcott Haynes.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, and we will go into closed session. There's no reportable action. And we'll move into our next agenda item, which is a study session on the presentation of the annual community survey results.
Thank
City
you.
Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, this is our annual community survey, now annual. We, over the course of time, have done it every other year as well as most recently annually. I do want to take the opportunity to introduce our, I think still new assistant to the city manager, Lupita Alamos, who has been project managing this on behalf of the city. So with that, Ms. Alamos, you ready to roll?
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lupita Alamos, Assistant to the City Manager, and it's been great to join the City of Palo Alto. So tonight's study session will focus on the results of the Palo Alto Community Survey. I'll go over a few highlights and then turn it over to Kim Dane from Polco, previously National Research Center, for a presentation of the survey results, followed by any questions that you may have. The community survey was conducted October 26th through December 19th of 2022. And as City Manager Shikata mentioned, it has mainly been conducted annually since 2003. So the survey provides insights into residents' perspectives about the quality of life, local amenities and services, public trust, resident participation, and other aspects of the community. Survey book that measure public opinion about how it feels about the community. It's used to evaluate programs and services and gauge overall community wellness. Understanding that the survey is a point-in-time perspective, it is not a measure of actual performance. Of note this year is the low survey response rate of 12%, with a total of 398 responses. On average, our response rate is about 23% over the last 5 years. So we attribute the low response rate to the holiday timeframe in which the survey was conducted. So to avoid this next year, staff will be looking at conducting it earlier in the year. We'll look at doing more public outreach, such as sending out maybe additional postcard reminders. And we'll also consider looking at the length of the survey and possibly shortening that to see if that encourages more resident participation. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Kim from Polco. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you, Lupita. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. My name is Kim Dane. As Lupita said, I am a survey research associate at Polco and the National Research Center. I am pleased to be here to present the results for this year's community survey. Before I begin, on behalf of myself and my Polco NRC coworkers, I'd like to thank both Lupita and Chantal Cotton-Gaines, the primary contacts for us during the survey development and implementation process. They were both a pleasure to work with and provided thoughtful feedback throughout the survey project. So just a little bit of background on who we are. So NRC, or the National Research Center, is a part of Polco. We merged in 2019. But for over 25 years, the National Research Center has worked with hundreds of jurisdictions nationwide to give local governments and other organizations the data they need to make informed decisions. NRC is best known for our national benchmarking surveys, such as the National Community Survey and Custom Survey Research. Our benchmark database holds hundreds of thousands of resident opinions, making it the largest of its kind. Our research reveals community perspectives that are not only representative, but reliable and ready to act upon. Polco is a community engagement platform, and it has a lot of tools that local governments and other public sector leaders need to make decisions. Hundreds of organizations nationwide use Polco for planning, budgeting, and empowering resident voices. NRC and Polco, like I said, merged in 2019 to effectively serve local governments and to amplify resident voices. We also have a number of partners nationwide, including ICMA and NLC. I want to emphasize that there are a variety of ways these results can be used. Most commonly, the jurisdictions we work with use these data to monitor trends in resident opinion over time, measure government performance, and to inform budgeting decisions. Our results also allow you to benchmark your community's specific services against those same services within other communities that have conducted surveys with us. I hope that as these findings are presented, it will spur ideas for you in what can be done with these results and where you might want to dig deeper. One of the advantages of conducting a survey with us is the opportunity to compare ratings given by your residents to those communities across the nation. National Research Center was the first organization to conceive of the idea of benchmark public opinion. This allows jurisdictions to compare ratings of services to ratings of similar services from other communities. There have been over 400 local governments who have conducted the National Community Survey and other custom surveys with us, but we cast the net even wider. Not only does our database include results from surveys we conducted, but also includes surveys conducted by other jurisdictions. Any credible survey we find that has been made public is included. There are about 600 surveys in our database, and over 400 of them have been those that we conducted. So now I'll jump into a little bit of the survey methodology. This was the 18th time that Palo Alto has conducted their community survey. Previous surveys were yearly from 2003 to 2018, and then again in 2020 and this year. This survey was conducted October 26th through December 19th of last year. And we used a hybrid mailing approach, which basically means that we had a probability-based sample of 3,600 households, 1,800 of which received a postcard, followed by another postcard, just including the web invite to the online survey. And then 1,800 received a postcard, followed by the paper or hard copy version of the survey. We received a total of 398 responses, which was a response rate of 12%. And 2020, that was a 22% response rate, where we received 768 responses. The non-probability open participation survey that was conducted alongside this effort, that was open to all residents, that we received 116 responses. And those results are separate from the probability-based sample survey that I'll be talking about, but those are also available in the report. Results were also statistically weighted to reflect Palo Alto overall. And we had a 95% confidence interval with a plus or minus 5% margin of error, which is just what we like to see. Although the response rate was a little bit lower this year, we still were well within the industry standard for margin of error. Here are the areas that we tracked within Palo Alto. These are the same areas that we have been tracking for a number of previous iterations of the survey. So you will be able to compare results over time for these different areas. Response rates also differed by area. They ranged from 10 to 14%. And the margin of error was plus or minus 15% percentage points, which was based off the smallest number of return surveys. So that was based off of 40 return surveys in Area 5. Now I will jump into an overview of the survey results. So of the 97 survey items that were available for benchmarking, 21 received ratings that were higher than national benchmarks, 68 items received similar ratings, and 8 items were lower than the national benchmarks. Some of those higher items included Palo Alto as a place to work, overall health and wellness opportunities, employment opportunities, shopping opportunities, adult education opportunities, street cleaning, drinking water, and Palo Alto open space. The 8 lower items included Palo Alto as a place to retire, cost of living, variety of housing options, overall quality of new development, availability of affordable quality mental health care, availability of affordable quality childcare, preschool, and overall economic health of Palo Alto. We also do another comparison where we look at how our 2022 results compared to 2020. And when we look at that, 24 items received ratings that were statistically significantly higher than those in 2020, and 113 ratings were similar, and 27 were lower than 2020. Some of those higher items included Palo Alto, people remaining in Palo Alto for the next 5 years, ease of public parking, K-12 education, and those who had attended a city-sponsored event. Some of those lower items in 2022 compared to 2020 were availability of affordable quality preschool or childcare, the job Palo Alto does at welcoming resident involvement, building and planning application processing system services, and ambulance or emergency medical services. Moving on now to key findings, I do want to point out a few report that I won't get to tonight, but I'll focus on a few areas that we found most noteworthy in the survey results. First, we have organized the presentation around what we found interesting or important. One of the most noteworthy findings was that residents enjoy a high quality of life in Palo Alto. On par with previous years, Palo Alto residents continue to give high marks to their neighborhood as a place to live, Palo Alto as a place to raise children, and the overall quality of life in Palo Alto. About 9 in 10 residents rated each of these items positively. Further, each rating was also similar to comparison communities, and Palo Alto as a place to raise children improved from 2021 to 2022. About 4 in 5 residents gave favorable ratings to Palo Alto as a place to work, which was higher than the national benchmark. One item, Palo Alto as a place to retire, did decrease from 2020 to 2022, and this rating was also lower than the national benchmark. 3/4 of residents would recommend living in Palo Alto to someone who asks, similar to 2021 and the national benchmark. And about 85% of residents indicated that they would be likely to remain in Palo Alto for the next 5 years, a rating that was higher in the last survey and similar to the benchmark. Next, while residents value city services and events, civic participation has decreased. When compared to 2021, residents reported more frequent use of a number of city services in the last 12 months in 2022. The use of Palo Alto recreation centers or their services, use of Palo Alto libraries or their services, attendance to city-sponsored events, and use of the city's website to conduct business or pay bills all increased between 2021 and 2022. However, fewer residents in 2022 reported attending a local public meeting, that was 21%, watching online or on television a local public meeting, that was 23%, and voting in their most recent local election, which was 77%. Despite those decreases, however, those marks are also on par with national averages. Ratings, residents are still contacting the city of Palo Alto for help or information often, with nearly 3 in 5 indicating they did so in the last 12 months. This is similar to 2021 and higher than the national benchmark. However, the job that Palo Alto does at welcoming resident involvement continues to decrease over time. About 56% of residents rated this item positively in 2017 and 2018, compared to 51% in 2021 and 46% in 2022. This rating also, though, is higher than the national benchmark. Further, opportunities to learn about city services through social media websites such as Twitter and Facebook decreased in 2022, with about 60% rating those items excellent or good. And similarly, public information services, non-police and public safety information decreased from 75% to 69% in 2022. Our third key finding was that residents value Palo Alto's natural environment. Nearly 9 in 10 residents rated the overall quality of the natural environment in Palo Alto as excellent or good, a rating similar to 2021 and the national benchmark. Almost all residents, 94%, visited a neighborhood or city park in the last 12 months, which was also similar to last year. Preservation of natural areas, open space, farmlands, and greenbelts was rated positively by over 4 in 5 residents, which was higher than the national average. And most residents rated the quality of Palo Alto open space and city parks positively. The rating for Palo Alto open space was higher in 2022 compared to 2021, and Palo Alto open space was much higher than the national benchmark, and city parks was also higher than the benchmark. Years, 4 in 5 residents rated it essential or very important to focus on the overall quality of the natural environment, which were similar to 2021 and the national average. Residents were also asked to name one thing that they believe the city does well and would want to maintain. And the most popular answer was parks, open space, and the natural environment, which was mentioned by a quarter of residents. Our next highlight is affordability and cost of living continue to be community concerns. Similar to past years, affordability-related measures such as cost of living and availability of affordable quality housing, while similar to 2021, were much lower than the benchmark comparisons. The variety of housing options, which was rated positively by 1 in 5, was lower than the national benchmark as well. Rated positively by 2 in 5 residents, affordable high-speed internet was similar to the national benchmarks. And finally, residents are supportive of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. When asked to rate how important it is for Palo Alto to focus on reducing community greenhouse gas emissions in the coming 2 years, 7 in 10 residents indicated it to be essential or very important, rating similar to 2021. The city also asked residents the likelihood of making changes in their home to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. When asked the likelihood of replacing their gas water heater with a heat pump water heater when they were ready to replace their water heater, 3 in 5 residents indicated they would be at least somewhat likely to do so. Additionally, residents were asked the likelihood of them to replace their gas furnace with a heat pump HVAC system when they were ready to replace their furnace. And similarly, 3 in 5 residents indicated that they would be somewhat likely to make that change as well. So this has been a summary of the key findings that were presented in the presentation. I'll reiterate that these are just a few things that we found interesting. As you dig into the results, you'll find a lot more noteworthy results. And I will open it up for questions.
Can I just ask the city manager? So this is coming back on our retreat. How do you see that happening?
Yes, this is actually foundational information as you head into your retreat, your priority setting this coming Saturday. So this is basically background information for you.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe I'll take public comments first. Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. The first speaker we have is Bill Ross, and he's in person tonight. Oh, sorry, wrong one. I apologize. Mr. John Kelly is first.
Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone,
I'd like to commend the staff for soliciting this report, and I'd like to thank the consultants for their presentation of it. I do, however, beg to differ with the summary analysis that's been presented to you tonight. And I'd also like to comment on the methodology that's expressed in the report itself. If you'll take a look at the, I don't have packet pages, but if you take a look at page 12 of the report, you'll see that there's a weighting that had to take place in order to get statistically significant responses. At least that's my interpretation. Participation rate of about 12%. To the extent that the city was trying to equally balance input from people who rent homes in Palo Alto and those who own homes in Palo Alto, basically it looks to me like the consultants had to just about double the responses that were obtained from people who were renters who responded to the report. I think that's noteworthy, and I think that's something that should have been called to the attention of the council. Your participation rate by renters was grossly below that of the participation rate by people who own homes. I think it's roughly 3 to 1. But again, I'll defer to the consultant if I have my numbers wrong. The second thing I'd like to bring to your attention is that the point about housing affordability was really not highlighted very well in the summary. It was mentioned as one of the points to take away, but it was listed as number 4 in the presentation that we just heard. And more importantly, while you can look at all these numbers, I think you have to pay attention to the qualitative information that's presented by the respondents as well. I would direct you to take a look at page 91, which is the, I don't have the correct title, but it's essentially Appendix B, and it gives the actual words that were given by respondents in response to questions, I think it's 18 and 19. If you read these, and I won't take the time now to read all of them to you, you will see they talk about affordability, 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 affordability. I'm not making that up. Go look at those responses yourselves. And for all of you who ran or have otherwise articulated your support for more housing in Palo Alto, please take this seriously. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Shawnee Kleinhaus.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. Nice to see some new faces. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm a resident and I'm a Parks Commissioner, but I do not speak for the Parks and Recreation Committee tonight. Looking at the results of the survey, we see that 9 in 10 people in Palo Alto appreciate our parks and open space and our natural environment. We see a lot of people go and visit our natural environment and parks. And we also see on table, which one is this? Table 68, question 12, response to the question of please rate how important, if at all, you think it is for Palo Alto community to focus on each of the following in the coming 2 years. And so there are the overall quality of the built environment was the first to be, oops, okay, it says that I still have more than a minute. The overall economic health, then overall feeling of safety. And the fourth one by this analysis is the quality of the natural environment in Palo Alto. But if you summarize these data a little bit differently and you look at who thinks essential and very important, and you don't include the somewhat important, then the natural environment goes to the third place. And I think it's sort of important, and I would love to see that the natural environment of Palo Alto, whether it's the urban environment or our parks, is included in the priority in addition to our focus on climate change and sustainability. And also I think it's time that we looked at our general plan and implemented some of the policies and programs that were aiming to improve the natural environment in Palo Alto that did not yet get addressed by staff. So examples for that is the bird safe design goal, or the goal of having stream setbacks and other environmental policies and programs that really look at what is happening in Palo Alto, in our urban spaces and in our parks and open space. Thank you.
Our comments are from our online audience. Mr. Aram James, you can unmute and speak for up to 3 minutes.
So to Molly Stump and to the city clerk, pursuant to the California Public Records Act, I'd like to know what this survey costs, what it's cost for now, and let's just go back for the last 5 years. It troubles me that we're spending money on stuff that we know already, that we have an extraordinary affordability problem with housing. This has been covered many times. Why are we paying an outside agency to give us feedback on something that all of us know? We also know that we love our parks. That's pretty well understood. Then, so I really would like to know what the cost is. So again, pursuant to the Public Records Act, I hope that the city will comply within the next 10 days, and then I can come back to council with that particularized information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Maura Uman. You can and Maura, you've just lowered your hand, so I'm assuming you don't wish to speak. And Golruk, okay, her hand is back up. All right, you can unmute and speak on the item.
Yes, thank you. I put my hand down sooner. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, council members. It was sad to see that our the number of participants was so low. I just wanted to suggest that perhaps there's a way for us to include youth living in Palo Alto. I forgot to mention, my name is Maura Uman. I'm the Executive Director of Youth Community Service, an organization that's been has existed in Palo Alto for over 30 years. I wanted to share as an example that this summer, we had 11 youth participate in a 6-week summer program where they were conducting a survey in partnership with UCSF on COVID and community's response to COVID. And our youth had set a goal of about 400 surveys. They ended up doing about 805 surveys. Most of these were in person, where they sat with community members and had conversations in both Spanish and English. Most of this was conducted in East Palo Alto. So I think there's an opportunity here for us to provide our youth with these skills around how to conduct surveys, and also an opportunity for them to be employed over the summer in a project that would directly impact them in their lives. I think we could take it a step further and help them with some of the design of the survey as well. So now is a good time. We are planning for our summer. So if this might be an opportunity for us to engage our youth, we're happy to share our experience with engaging youth in data collection for surveys such as these. And the last survey we did was funded by the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. So perhaps there's a way for us to engage some of our local funding partners in this effort as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And our last speaker is, and I apologize if I mispronounce it, Golruk Vakil.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Golruk Vakil. I own one of the oldest businesses in Palo Alto, downtown, a boutique, a clothing store that I've had for 50 years. This is the second time that I'm coming before the council on this matter. I want to first of all say how good it is that the city is booming. how wonderful it is that restaurants have outdoor seating, how good it is that places like President Hotel are now Graduate Hotel, and it's so beautiful. I just want to say that within all that, the city does not consider small businesses like mine at all. I have weathered enormous construction going on all around my store, big trucks blocking me completely, dust, noise for months. One business after the other, Borders, Apple Store, President Hotel, you name it. The outdoor seating is great for restaurants, and I do appreciate all these things that makes our city so vibrant. But at the same time, what does the city do for businesses like mine? Nothing. The only thing that I could think of that the city could do to help us is do something about the utilities. My utility bill after the pandemic was thousands of dollars that I am now paying in installment. And I had to pay for the utilities even when I was closed. With President Hotel being constructed, I asked the utility people to give me 1 month's waiver, and they would not. They sent me a disconnect notice. I'm requesting city to do something about the utility bill that small businesses like me have incurred during the pandemic. And this is not just a comment, this is a request for the city to do something. And I would appreciate somehow the city or the utilities people coming back to me and saying what you can do to help us. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that's the last request to speak.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Please light up your lights if you'd like to ask questions or to speak. Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions to the consultant. When you talked about the variety of housing that did not score too well, could you just explain what that definition is? I presume it means, types of housing as opposed to affordability. And was it rated distinct from any costs for that?
So for the variety of housing question, you're correct. We try to ask as best as we can in that way, the different types of housing that's available, whether it be, apartments, condos, actual single family housing, multifamily housing. So overall, different types of units is what we're trying to get at with that question. As always, we can't exactly always know what the survey taker is interpreting it as, but that is what we're going for with that question. And
was that independent of any cost?
Correct.
Rents or price?
Correct.
Okay. Also, I wanted to ask you a question, and a public member of the public spoke on that. You notice, actually, right on the first page, so it wasn't obscured anywhere, that oversampling of multi-housing units, it was done to improve response to hard to reach respondents. Is that sort of a typical group that's hard to respond? And could you kind of give us a psychology on that?
Yes, you're exactly right. For every survey we conduct, whether it be our benchmark community surveys to all custom survey research, we do always oversample multifamily dwelling units. And that is because, just as you said, we find that those who tend to reside in multifamily housing units have responded at a lower rate. That's something that's pretty widely seen in survey research. So they also tend to be of those who are of lower response in terms of demographics, such as younger people, people of color, lower income people, tend to respond at lower rates. So we do oversample multifamily housing units for all of our surveys. Help in terms of as well as the weighting table, as was mentioned, when you see the unweighted data, we had 26% renters respond versus 74% of homeowners are detached units versus attached units, same. But if we had not oversampled, that discrepancy would have been greater. So that in this case, it does definitely help.
Okay, and the last one is a very narrow question, but in all of these questions that you're asking, it's percentage of respondents, correct? Because I'm pointing especially to voters. So if the respondent said, I was less likely to vote, that's not the percentage of registered voters, that's the percentages of residents. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
So that wouldn't really align with sort of voter patterns. Okay, thank you.
Council, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few questions. So why was the response rate so much lower this year?
I think Lupita touched on it earlier. I think that one factor definitely is timing of the survey. I think we tend to see that later in the year, especially getting into November and December, response rates for surveys tend to be lower. That's not always the case, depending on the community, but I think that plays into a part of it for sure. But in general, I would also say that response rates have declined over the past several years in general. So that might have an effect in it too. So there's a number of factors, but I would definitely point to the time of year probably being the biggest change that would be different for Palo Alto this year.
Did you see response rates kind of across the board dip in other communities that have been doing this, even if they were doing it at more ideal times in the year?
Yes, definitely. I think, as I said, I think we typically see response rates anywhere between 15 and 25%. 25 being on the very high end. But I also mentioned that we don't always just look at the response rate. And in this, this is especially true for Palo Alto because we survey more respondents, more households. We surveyed 3,600, which is a little bit on the higher end of what we actually sample for other surveys. We usually do 2,800. So the response rate, although it is that 12%, we did achieve, we talk a lot more about margin of error, which is based on the overall number of responses, and that still being over 300 was really good. So although the rate at which respondents responded was fewer, the margin of error still is right on par with what we would like to see.
Yeah, I agree. It's statistically significant, but I thought an interesting connection that we're seeing a decline in residents engaging across the city, and seeing that as well here within the survey, and imagine the two are likely connected. And I found it odd and interesting that Palo Altans are using city services more, attending sponsored events more, but fewer engaging in that public process, and wondering, I mean, it seems like that's consistent in other communities as well. And I think we've seen just public participation in the United States really decline over the last couple of years, as people have just wanted to withdraw from the crazy process that it has been. And so wondering, and maybe this is for staff, I mean, ideas on how we can engage residents more. I know the city manager so we're going to have some one-on-ones to kind of brainstorm, but is this a topic that's coming up on Saturday? And so if so, we don't need to get into it now.
Not specifically on Saturday. It certainly is an issue of ongoing concern. Quite frankly, I'll say personally, we take this as a challenge and an opportunity for us to pursue. We do have a number of efforts underway, and as Vice Mayor Stone, you're referencing, we do expect to come back to the council within the next 60 days or so to talk specifically on this topic of community engagement and what we might be doing more.
Great, thank you. And I think, yeah, very, very helpful to be able to just see this data across the country as well. So I think this is a really helpful exercise. I think one of the ones that I was most concerned about here, and mostly because of a pretty dramatic change, was the percentage of Palo Altans rating availability of affordable quality mental health care as positive, and that only being 26%. And what really shocked me was we went from a high of 63% in 2014 to a 37-point drop in just 8 years. And is there any indication why that is?
Is that question for me?
Well, anyone who wants to take
Yes,
it.
could you respond first, perhaps from the context of your many surveys, and then we can amplify with observations locally.
Yeah, I would say, speaking from my experience, we have seen, I think there's a number of factors playing a part in it, but we have seen a decrease for many communities regarding mental health care, quality mental health care. I think that, through the pandemic, through COVID-19, there may have been more people seeking mental health care when it maybe perhaps wasn't available, along with other services that may have declined. But that is a trend that we have seen nationwide as well.
Well, yeah, and just to follow up on that thought, I mean, that's what I was kind of wondering, have we just seen a rise in people wanting to access mental health care and then are looking for it and realize it's not there and now rating it poorly, whereas before maybe people just took for granted that it might be there, even though they weren't accessing it at higher rates. I mean, I've talked about the 2022 CDC study before, about more than a third of high school students reporting poor mental health during the pandemic, and 44% reported persistently feeling sad or hopeless during the past year. So I think this is an issue that might be on people's minds more, recognizing it, but also I think a big wake up call for this council and for the community and the region to really invest in this. That it's what the community is really asking for and needing. So I'll turn it back to staff.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. So thank you for that comment.
Great, thank you. And then I'll just, since I'm out of time, just wrap up saying I'm really glad that we have this information going into Saturday's council retreat and priority setting discussion. I think it's really critical that we're using this information to inform where we move this year and setting our priorities. Great to see that the community is clearly behind certain values like city parks, natural environment, open spaces. I think this is giving us a good little preview into one of our items later tonight, maybe why we're getting so much community interest in one of the items regarding open spaces, because there's so much interest and value there. And also just showing too that the city is really invested in our climate initiatives, our climate goals, our GHG emission reductions. I think that gives us a lot of energy moving forward this year, knowing that the community is really behind that. So thank you, and I'll end there.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that we do this survey. I, like my colleagues, I care about the quality of life experienced by our residents, and I'm delighted that we have an annual process for seeking their opinions and their suggestions. And I want to thank Polco, NRC, and our staff for doing the work itself and putting this report together. I appreciate the question about costs that came, and I would like to ask it myself. Is that available easily right now?
Absolutely. The survey cost each year currently just under $30,000, and we are anticipating some escalation. So over the course of the next several years, we'll go up as high as $32,600 by 2025.
Thank you very much. I also note and agree with constituent concerns that renters were drastically underrepresented in the survey results. So I would ask staff and our consultants, not just on the way in which we can weight the results in order to ensure that renters are represented, but to think about what we will do next year to try to overcome the trend or the expected norm, which is that people in multifamily housing are less likely to participate. We're the sort of city that can probably figure out a design around and try to ensure that we get their responses in on the front end rather than waiting the responses of those who do manage to participate. I noted that English was the only language offered, and I wonder if that has impacted the response rate as our city becomes increasingly diverse. Just throwing that out. I was frankly surprised by the verbatim responses, which were plentiful and lengthy, and I read every single one. And indeed made clear how concerned our residents are about a lack of affordable housing, as has been mentioned. But what surprised me was how cordial everyone was. I was, in fact, taken aback that none of the lines of verbatim responses were in any way offensive. I thought surely at least one outlier would have said something we wouldn't want to read. I didn't see a disclaimer saying that any of the verbatims had been scrubbed. So I just wanted to ask that here tonight.
That is correct. We tend to only scrub for a foul language, for example, but we wouldn't remove any responses as a whole. We would just, make it explicit, I guess you would say.
Okay, so folks were cheerful and helpful. They were opinionated, but there really was no meanness. And I think that's something to commend us as a city. So that's nice to know. I'm concerned about the downward trend in Palo Alton's attitudes over time. For example, those who would recommend living here has plummeted from the 90th percentile to the mid 70s. Overall image reputation has plummeted from the low 90s to the mid 70s. Ease of travel by public transport has gone from the mid 60s to the mid 20s. Availability of affordable quality healthcare, as Vice Mayor Stone has already commented on, has plummeted from the low 60s to the mid 20s. Openness to people of diverse backgrounds has gone from the high 70s down to the 60s. And of course, affordability of housing. And I just hope we'll be curious about these downward trends. I note that as a matter of serious concern, the only service where a majority of respondents indicated we were providing poor service was our building and planning application process. And then our land use planning and zoning was equally rated as poor, fair, and good. No excellence, as far as I could see. So that seems to be one area where we're really being told, hey, this is an issue. I got curious about the people who live in Area 5. Turns out to be College Terrace, Evergreen Park, Mayfield, and Southgate. They're outliers in almost every measured respect. 9 and 10 Palo Altons give us excellent or good ratings on a place to raise kids, neighborhood is a place to live, overall quality of life. But in Area 5, they were 10 to 30 percentage or points lower than other neighborhoods. And yet, they rate more positively on a handful of things, more likely to be religious and spiritual, more likely to have done a favor for a neighbor, more likely to have contacted elected officials and attended local public meetings. So Area 5 is different. And I'd like us to contemplate, what do we make of it? What can we learn from it? And is there anything we want to do about it? Maybe they're just more opinionated and more discerning. Maybe they're more grumpy. I'm not sure. But I think since we slice those data that way, we should be curious. And finally, I'll be interested in us all being curious about the differences in folks' experience, whether it's our non-white residents who tend to vote this or respond the same way as white residents, except when it comes to the quality of services they receive from Palo Alto Services. So I hope we'll be curious about the difference in folks' experience, whether it's our non-white residents or our Area 5s. And I also think it's imperative not just to pat ourselves on the back for our high opinion rates generally, but to be humble and curious about these downward trends that the survey lays plain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Byrd?
Thank you. So first, I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Stone's issues on the mental health care. And I concur that at least a good part of this decline in perception is related to an increase in demand from the pandemic, both youth and otherwise. And I think that we want to look at a couple of other converging factors. So one is we have an increase in demand, but do we have an ability to have a corresponding increase in supply of the services? And that goes into kind of the last part of what we may want to consider and discuss on Saturday more is we had discussions over the last number of years about a decline in the ability of service providers to be able to afford space in Palo Alto. And whether they were nonprofit or small for-profit counselors and things like that, they've been getting squeezed out. And so that was already happening before we had a big upswing in demand. And I suspect that those factors are converging, and that we last year, we set community health and safety as one of our council priorities. And within that community health aspect, we deliberately called out the increased stresses from the pandemic on mental health, particularly our youth. And I'm not sure that we've really done much at all to address that. And that the ways that we address it may be multifaceted. And it can be as including things like looking at our community facilities and who we allow to have discounted rents and things like that. So I don't know all the answers, but I think we need to look at it harder. I also was fascinated by Area 5. I do want to make a distinction between describing those results as those who live there. All we know is it's those who responded to the survey. And there's a number of very interesting responses. What they've stated was their participation rate in local elections. How does that actually correspond by the respondents' participation versus the actual participation that we can see in the precincts? So trying to get to the bottom of to what degree are these real problems in this area, and to what degree we have data being skewed by kind of self-selection of respondents, because everybody gets an opportunity to respond. Not everybody chooses to respond to the survey, and people who choose to respond may choose to respond for a variety of different reasons. I saw that they had a greater sense or a lower sense of safety in their neighborhoods. How does that compare to the actual crime rates in those neighborhoods? Are those neighborhoods less safe? I'm not sure they are. It'd be very interesting to track that data. And then even things like street repair. We have conditions indexes on our streets, and we rate them. And that neighborhood rated their streets, or the streets of Palo Alto, is lower. I will note that even on the average, we're below 50% who rate that as good, and yet on the actual data that we have on the pavement condition index, we are tops in the entire Bay Area. And yet perceptions are different. Some of that may go to expectations when people live in Palo Alto. Do they have higher expectations of local government? And is that skewing the results in itself? So before we jump to conclusions of that the perceptions of the respondents necessarily reflect the attitudes of those residents, we need to dig a little deeper. They may not fully. Whether those perceptions track with reality. So one other thing that stood out to me is that the respondents in Area 5 had a considerably lower perception of federal government, although the state government was slightly higher. Some things are being implied, but we can't quite figure out what they are. I also notice a drastic change in public transportation and the perception of that since the high point of 2013 to now. It went from 71% to 24% favorable. That's a huge swing. That is a greater swing than anything else. Over that course of time, we had some diminishment in our bus service from BTA. And then we had a loss of our local shuttle 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago. But the ridership on the shuttle was not ever great. I suspect that the community identified seeing the shuttle with local transportation services to a stronger degree than they actually rode the shuttle. Just want us to put those filters on. Over that course of time, we actually had an increase in, for the most part, in Caltrain service, which is the biggest ridership of transit that we have in the community. And there was on page 38, the question about city services through the website and social media. And that showed a decline in recent years, but I think we can objectively see that the volume of communications is actually significantly higher than it was a half dozen years ago. And yet the perception is lower. And that's a question of whether our expectations are higher today on how we're going to be communicated to through those media, or whether we place not such value in the information we're getting. And I don't know. These are just kind of the sorts of questions where we want to dig deeper and understand more if we're actually going to respond in a meaningful way to these things. And I think that, I would just, in addition to the concerns on getting an adequate number of renter responses, I also am interested in the difference between multifamily residents versus low density residents, whether they're renters or not. But then we have all these different breakdowns of subgroups. The perception of all these questions being broken down by renters and homeowners would be very valuable. Now, I do want to caution us if we see that the response rate is lower among renters, that's clearly getting them to participate in the survey is lower. As the consultant has said that, this is a nationwide trend. Does that track with how they value the community? How much they are, what proportion of them are long-term residents as renters and less long-term versus homeowners. And so if we increase our renter participation through real deliberate outreach, we may see a shift in the results. And we'll just want to be prepared to interpret that correctly, that may be because we're getting a stronger renter response, very legitimate perspectives, but comparing year to year may be skewed going forward if we get a jump in the renter participation. Just things to think about. Okay, those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. Just briefly, the decrease that was noted in the summary about civic participation, I wanted to get behind that a little bit because that troubles me. And, it's unfortunate that it's things like public meetings and city council meetings and such. I'm also interested in other types of civic participation, like volunteering at a school, participating in the May Fete Parade, doing service work days around town, participating in public forums put on by private clubs. The Great Decisions discussion series happens in town every year. That to me is civic participation as well. And so when I look at the question, it got at it in part, I see participated in religious or spiritual activities is similar to 2021. Participated in a club is higher. So I think to get the whole picture of how engaged are Palo Altans in our community, we need to look at that as well. That doesn't mean we shouldn't take as a challenge and try very hard to get them involved in our governmental, our civic participation that way. But I think it's an important part of the picture of community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So if it is the timing of the survey, when is usually the better time to do so?
We typically recommend, I would say, to avoid summer and the holiday season. So I think earlier than you started, I think, in October last year. So starting maybe in September or August, about that time when people, are settled back in after the summertime, or earlier in the year, January to March. I know we're in that time right now, but any time that, and it differs by community too. So obviously, some resort communities have different populations at different times from people are there. But I would say earlier in the fall or January through March probably would be the two ones that we would recommend.
Thank you. I think that because we're using the survey in order to inform us of our priorities and so forth, so the January to March timeframe might be will not really help us, but perhaps earlier before the fourth quarter or around the fourth quarter, beginning of it might be the time. I know in my profession, a lot of times during the summer, right after school, we lose interest in, we lose a lot of people looking at housing and real estate. And come winter holidays, same thing. So I think the time when people settle back into school, their kids are all settled, that might be the time to do it. So if that might be something staff visits, then we, hope that we have better responses. And then, on the part, I wonder, the other thing that has to do with perceptions of Palo Alto government, welcome and resident involvement continue to decrease over time. I wonder if that is something that we might add into our town halls, since we're going to be doing a lot more town halls, perhaps we could extract some of these questions that is in this survey that we might be able to have a face-to-face with our community and neighbor with that question and get some feedback there also. Why is the participation dropping? How else can we better communicate? And then also with our small businesses, like the lady who reached out earlier in the oral communications that says that she does feel kind of ignored. We might want to have some roundtable with the smaller businesses and pay more attention there. I think with regards to affordability and the cost of living, that is really something very difficult to address because a lot of the affordable housing that we are actually able to put in is highly subsidized, So with land being so expensive here, even construction of a unit, last time I read somewhere is close to $1 million. So be it a below market rate or a market rate unit, it's going to be at between 800,000 to $1 million. So it's going to be highly subsidized. So I think there needs to be potentially a intentional focus on what we need in this community. So I would look forward. I mean, a lot of the questions I had, my colleagues asked. So if we can go another round if you want, or if this is it. Oh, I'm sorry. I see a light. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. I was actually wondering if my light was working. Okay, great. So thank you guys for your work on this. Definitely very interesting data. But I do, when I look at this and I think about the costs involved doing this, I do question the value because, first of all, I looked at the survey and it is really long. I mean, you have to be super dedicated to fill this out. And there's a concept in marketing called survey fatigue. Longer the survey, more drop off you have, less accurate the data is, the further you go, because people, they're doing this out of the goodness of their heart. And so I think it's actually a problem with the survey, how long it is. I mean, it's what, 5+ dense pages, right? So it's not set up to make it easy for people. And the other big issue is that we only do it, every so often, right? Like every year or so. And I think, if you look at kind of best practices in survey, people have gone from, once in a blue moon type survey with a super long survey and try to, find out everything because we're trying to do the survey at this point in time, to really moving towards surveying at the time service is rendered. So for instance, if someone goes to the development center, they get a survey when they leave, or if they call up utilities, right? They get an email or text saying, "Hey, how was the service?" And in the private sector, we see this all the time. I mean, Amazon, right? You buy something on Amazon, instantly they ask you, "How was your purchase?" Give a review. Tell us how many stars. To make it very easy, right? So just about every establishment now does that, and the reason why they do that is because they're able to. People forget. Like if you ask me like a year ago, what did I think about the city? I don't know. It's been a while, right? But if you ask me at the time that service was rendered, I could give you a lot more accurate feedback as to what's good, what's bad, and especially about that particular service. And I think that's what we need to move to as a city. We need to move from this kind of monolithic mega survey that, first of all, it's getting harder and harder to get people to fill us out, to more the way that pretty much we do it in the private industry, which is we give the surveys at the time the service is rendered, right after the time the service is rendered. And I think we'll get much better results that way, more timely information. The department themselves could use it to improve things. And I know that some organizations that say do this, but very few relatively. And I think a lot more needs to do this. And then the question is, well, how do we benchmark against other cities and other organizations? And the great thing is, there's this idea of a net promoter score. It sounds fancy, but it's not. It's basically one question, which is, how likely are you to recommend the service to someone else? And basically, just that one question alone allows you to benchmark against a bunch of other organizations and see how things are going. And I think that's where we have to go. We have to go to something like this, which is where the world's gone, right? So if you look at J.D. Powers, right, in terms of customer service, in terms of how do you deliver customer service? Well, it's really actually getting good feedback from the customer. It starts with that, because if you don't know how things are going, it's really hard to make things better. And so I for one like for us to move away from this kind of once in a while type big survey to much smaller surveys. Very much the way we do in private industries, have it automated. We get it all the time. It probably costs us the same, but we'll get much better data than we get today. Okay, so that's a survey part, and I think my colleagues have already. A question for I guess Kim here is we got a big PDF and lots of pages here of survey data, and is that available as a CSV file or something that we could actually drill down into? And so maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Definitely. Yeah, we can definitely provide a CSV. We use SPSS for our analyses. We can provide that file as well, but we can definitely provide that raw data to you for your own digging into it.
That would be awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you could just email it to me, that would be great. But yeah, I think that's important to make available. I mean, we have a very tech savvy community here, and I'm sure a lot of people here would appreciate being able to look at it more closely and slice and dice the data as they see fit. So yeah, I think that's about it. But yeah, I just feel that we should move away from this mega survey to something that's much more aligned with industry standard right now, which is going towards a net promoter score, a survey right after, a short survey, one question, a survey after every time service is rendered, very much the way we see in the private industry.
Okay, I don't see any more lights and we will conclude this study session. Thank you very much. Next item is agenda changes, additions and deletions. None.
None from staff.
Thank you. In that case, we'll go to public comments on items that are not on the agenda.
Okay, our first speaker for public comments is Leland Francis, and he's in person.
Good evening, Mayor Koo, Leland Francois. You're also known as KI6LGG, right? Well, I'm KI6AWN, Vice Mayor Stone, council and members of the public. This is kind of a continuation from my presentation on the 9th. During and after our atmospheric weather storm. And I want to commend whoever was at the National Weather Service, whichever meteorologist came up with the term river storm, atmospheric river storm, they were absolutely right. And that combined with the chill over the past 5 or 6 days have created some challenging environments for the unhoused. And that's what my concern is for the most part. But I want to touch on communications initially. Amateur radio communications. I started out in Oakland many years ago, and we touched on San Francisco Creek briefly. Myself and a radio operator, KI6INQ, in 1997, we coordinated our communication efforts, which led to the relief of and the rescue and relief of residents within the Garden section in East Palo Alto Ravenswood community. So subsequent to that, I continued studying on how radio operators can be mobilized, amateur radio operators. Now, the problem is that each municipality has their own CERT team, their own radio responders. We're talking about a regional response right now. And through my efforts at KI6AWN, I'm trying to coordinate regional response volunteers who can intervene at their own discretion and assist with the surveying. Now, working in San Francisco a number of years ago, the statistics for the unhoused battle and loss against and losses, I believe the tallied as much as 170 in one year. And who knows what it is now, and it's some astronomical figure. So what I'm doing with KI6AWN, I'm trying to consolidate communications. And I was just under the concern that the radio frequency operation of radio operators covers the RF, but I'm trying to change my strategy. I've adapted the KI6AWN at AOL. Social media and the internet, that might be a better way to communicate and coordinate. Now, Mayor Koo, you might be instrumental in helping to convince the city OAS offices and the volunteer CERT people if they would like to complement this effort. And if so, I can be contacted by way of KI6AWN at AOL.com. Radio operation, it started in Oakland for the most part many years ago. And I'll give you a brief story about how the United Nations, 1945, it was radio operators who coordinated the meeting of the 51 dignitaries here in the Bay Area. And that was a massive operation. I'm still researching the history of that. So that's something I'll bring before you later on. I don't intend to come before your group or the council every time I have a public safety report. Maybe you have a safety committee through the OAS office or your fire chief who can kind of redirect me back to the emergency response operation. So much for that. And I mentioned
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Francois.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, your time is up.
3 minutes?
Yes.
My timer says 49.
You're past.
Oh, I went over.
Going back over.
I need to mention briefly something about the United Nations, okay? And this is very important. Those of you who are really concerned about what I'm saying, I could go into overtime, and it's a very important communications. Please contact me. Okay,
Will
you
do.
off the record, please contact me and I can share my thoughts with you on that level, which is important to the health and safety of our Mid-Peninsula area.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Francois.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is John Kelly.
Madam Clerk, if we can close public comments after Ms. Grimes.
Yes, we can do that.
Mayor Ku, Vice Mayor Stone, I'd like to direct your attention to the consent calendar, not for tonight, but for next week, January 30th. Item 3 on that calendar is a matter that was taken up by the prior council in the middle of December, at the outset of the holiday season on December 12th, 2022. That was a very important item. And it was one in which I think the community really didn't have an adequate opportunity to express its views. The subject matter of that item was the implementation by Palo Alto of the new ADU legislation that was enacted by the state legislature in 2022. Among the different bills is one that is particularly important. And if you're serious about housing production in Palo Alto, and if you're particularly serious about getting housing production, as I think Palo Alto's housing element assumes from ADUs, I would urge you to pay particular attention to it, because that legislation, among other things, enables two-story ADUs as a matter of right in certain parts of Palo Alto. And that's what I want to emphasize: certain parts of Palo Alto and certain sizes of ADUs. As far as I can tell, the staff, and I'm not sure whether it was on its own initiative or at the direction of members of the council, I'm not sure about that point, but the staff has implemented to some extent, perhaps not to a full extent, the requirements of the new legislation, but it didn't go beyond that. And that is not in keeping with the same issue that the council addressed in, I believe, the fall of 2020, when there was a similar requirement that limited certain benefits having to do with parking to homes that were within a half mile of transit. I urge you to take this matter off the consent calendar, perhaps to refer to the PTC, but at least give the public much greater opportunity than they would otherwise have on the consent calendar to speak to you as a new council, and particularly to those of you who were elected running on a campaign or platforms of supporting more housing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James.
Thank you. So I want to go back to January 9th. I made my concerns known at that meeting, but I want to emphasize again, mayor in 2024, I was really appalled by the process, skipping over Greg, who's eminently qualified. A lot of respect for the current vice mayor, Greer Stone, but I was surprised by his behavior. He's somebody that teaches about the Holocaust, but also the Holocaust that occurred to Japanese Americans in this country. And I don't think, as a white man myself, that I always got to be in the front of the line. And, so I just think that, you need to think about Greer, that just opportunism is what it is. You jump forward. Greg had a whole lot more votes than you did. There was a popular opinion supported him. And, it looked like a racial move. It felt like a racial move to me, that white entitlement trumped somebody, a person of color like Greg, who's, had to come up through a whole lot of obstacles, and he's made it this far. So I want him to be our mayor in 2024. So enough on that right now. Also, I wanted to point out to everybody, and particularly Julie Lithcott-Hames, how much I appreciated your, I don't know whether you call it a blog or whatever, but it was titled Neighbors Together, Thriving, really well done. Given everybody that received it a heads up as to what was going to be important, a shortcut for the city council meeting today, a little bit about her experience. being sworn in. I just thought it was wonderful. I hope you keep that up, Julie, so that folks in the community get a heads up on what you think is important, because sometimes the agenda, and like you said, 790 pages can be overwhelming just to think about as a citizen and figure out which of the issues you want to deal with. And Julie, I'm going to make it really, really clear, Lithcott Hames, at this point, that I want you to be our first Black female mayor in Palo Alto. So I know I'm looking ahead quite a few years, but that's what I'm going to be promoting. We have never had a Black mayor in this city. We've had vice mayors. We had two very powerful women that in the recent past, Hillary Freeman and LaDoris Cordell, that didn't get a chance to be vice mayor or mayor. And I don't think that's was fair or right. In any event, I will be reporting to you on what I've been doing with a group of people, the Coalition for Justice and Accountability, NAACP, the Rasa Roundtable, and others, meeting with members of the Board of Supervisors. And we met with the police chief, the sheriff, the new sheriff, on Friday, spent an hour with him on the issue of why we don't want the sheriff's department to buy 1,400 tasers, deadly tasers. But I'm over time, so I'll stop and we'll go back to that at a later time.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Greg Schmidt.
Good evening, council members. I'm sure you noticed that over the weekend, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Palo Alto Daily Post all had front page stories on substantial layoffs among the major Silicon Valley firms. Why is this news so important for the City Council? Because you're in the final stages of approving a housing element based on an aggressive assumption of concentrated jobs growth in already jobs-rich areas, with the added mandate that there could be no reviews of the job growth numbers during the 8 years of the housing element to 2031. Where did these crazy numbers come from? A methodology approved in 2019 that empowered all detailed decisions on jobs and housing to be made by a small in-house technical committee dominated by local business consultants and 2 state agencies, HCD and DOF. Still, state law did require a 30-day number 7. Pacc sent in 2 letters critiquing the concentrated jobs growth numbers, the huge costs falling on local governments, the tax benefits that the state received, and the lack of any meaningful public discussion. When the city turned in their revised housing element on December 23rd, there was a 248-page appendix on public contributions, but not a single word on our public questions that were clearly delivered within the comment period. Not a single word. Within the next 60 days, this council has a moral and legal duty to oversee a public discussion of critical issues with HCD. Who benefits from this concentrated jobs growth? Who pays the costs? Who gets the tax revenues? What are the impacts of the new emerging work styles? Well, where will families live? Most important, how will we justify local democracy over the next 8 years with no open public discussion of the impact of concentrated jobs growth? Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Phoebe Mota Judges.
Good evening, council members. My name is Phoebe Mota Judges. I hope you are doing well. I'm here today as a representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. I joined Pacc this year after seeing more up close the more direct impacts of climate change through the storms and flooding here in California. As climate change continues, we will see more storms and flooding that will worsen existing inequalities in a state already struggling with housing. The city has set bold targets for reducing emissions, and the commitment Palo Alto has demonstrated to climate action is evident. In 2022, the council approved more sustainable building reach codes, ensuring that all new construction and renovations are as green as possible. However, there's still a lot of opportunity to take further action. The second highest source of carbon emissions in Palo Alto is natural gas use, mainly from buildings. While Palo Alto has a comprehensive SCAP, we need a standalone plan that dives deeper into electrifying buildings. San Jose has implemented a building electrification plan, which, according to the executive summary of the document, lays out how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from existing buildings in San Jose through building electrification, while bringing to the forefront the concerns and priorities of historically marginalized communities. We've done a great job ensuring new construction will be electric, but we need to work more on retrofitting existing buildings. Our heat pump water heater program is a great first step in electrifying existing buildings, but we can do more. A standalone plan will help outline how we can electrify all appliances in existing homes while maintaining a focus on equity, especially for lower income and historically marginalized communities. We hope you consider taking this next step, and will continue with the important goal of electrifying existing buildings. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Shani Kleinhaus in the council chamber.
Thank you, Mayor Ku and council members. Since I'm here, I thought I'll talk to you again. Shani Kleinhaus, I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm a resident and I am a Parks and Recreation Commissioner, not speaking on behalf of the commission. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Light at Night. Last year, one of our student interns came to speak to you about the impacts of light pollution, but not everyone that is here now was there then. So I thought I'll give you just a little bit of heads up on why light pollution and light at night in general is so dangerous to us. The LEDs that were developed in the last 10 years or so have really helped in reducing the amount of energy that we use, and that's critically important, as we all know. However, there was a side effect. There was proliferation of lighting, because if somebody once had one light, they have 10 because it's less expensive to maintain and install and pay for the electricity. And the other thing that happened is that it shifted the spectrum of the light from yellow to blue. And so when you look at the light, you don't necessarily see it, but there's a lot more of the blue component in LED lights. And that is a problem. First, we don't see the stars anymore. There was a study just published last week that shows that light pollution increased twice in the light, by 2 times the last 8 years. And there are studies that are talking about twinkle, twinkle, fading star. That's the titles of them. We don't see the star anymore. How will a child want to be an astronaut if they don't even know there's stars out there? But beyond all that, the blue light in the spectrum affects every living thing without exception. It affects trees and plants, it affects bees and butterflies, affects people, affects every little thing. And what's amazing to me, because I didn't believe it when I first heard about it, is that the change in lighting, every study that has been done on any living thing or ecosystem is finding adverse effects, including causal and not just correlation, but causal linkage to breast cancer, thyroid cancer, prostate cancer, diabetes, and since you brought up the issue of mental health in youth, mental health in youth. The latest one that was just published last week showed that acute childhood leukemia is linked to more lighting, and in Hispanic children, even more so than others. And there's some thoughts that it may be because they have more light, less trees in those neighborhoods, so there's more light in those neighborhoods, and so the Hispanic children, this was in LA, this study. So I think to know how to heal nature, heal people too, We have to do something about light pollution. We need to use the LEDs, they're critical, but we need to learn how to do it correctly. As an example, we can use Cupertino. They have an ordinance that was passed 2 years ago, less, which addresses dark sky and lighting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Inez Belusa Dirksen.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Ines Belusa Dirksen, and I'm here today as another representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc, along with Phoebe Mota Judges. We as Pacc would like to commend the council for your continued commitment to climate change and ask you to reaffirm this prioritization in the coming year. To continue this progress, we at Pacc ask the council to set climate change and sustainability as your #1 priority in 2023. And by setting this priority, we urge the council to help raise awareness on the importance of electrification. Not everyone in this city knows that this is the direction that we are going, and we urge you to not leave anyone behind in this path towards a greener future. Not only is electrification beneficial for the environment, but also for public health in our community. Non-electric appliances like gas stoves emit a number of pollutants which severely reduce the air quality inside the house. The air indoors is often more polluted than outdoor air. This can lead to health problems and exacerbate existing ones. According to RMI, children living in homes with gas stoves are 42% more likely to suffer asthma symptoms than those living in homes with electric stoves. We need to ensure the health of our community by making the public aware of these risks. Awareness campaigns are crucial, and we urge the council to fund them. Pacc would be happy to serve as a resource in supporting these endeavors. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Maura Uman.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council members. My name is Maura Uman. I'm a resident of Palo Alto and the Executive Director of Youth Community Service. I'm here tonight to express my gratitude to our community for coming together to celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. last Monday on January 16th. Over 1,500 community members joined together in service projects across Palo Alto and East Palo Alto as part of the JCC, City of Palo Alto, and the City of East Palo Alto, and the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation, and all of our partner organizations and volunteers. At the event, YCS Youth Connect and Learn Commission Youth Peer Leaders hosted a mental health art show. Youth aged 11 to 19 years old from across 7 schools shared their talent and the importance they give to mental health and anti-racism at the Mitchell Park Community Center that brought over 500 people from all over the Bay Area together. We look forward to hosting the art show again in the near future. A huge shout out to high school students Nishi and Kara for their vision and leadership that shaped the art show. I also wanted to thank city staff, especially Adam Howard and his team and the Palo Alto Youth Council for helping organize the event. We're very grateful to City Manager Ed Shidaka and Director Kristen O'Kane for participating in the event, City Council members, especially to the Mayor of Palo Alto, Lydia Koo, and Mayor of East Palo Alto, Lisa Gaucher, who both shared their reflections during the community gathering at Mitchell Park. We're also thankful to Vice Mayor Greer Stone and Vice Mayor Antonio Lopez, for sharing their reflections at the community read-in that was hosted at the East Palo Alto Art Center. Thanks also to all the elected officials who joined us throughout the event, connecting our 2 cities in service. East Palo Alto Mayor so eloquently shared, "Water, like love, knows no boundaries. We honor the legacy of Dr. King through this event." We invite the community to save the date for our next community-wide service day, which is on September 11th, which is the National Day of Service and Remembrance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Connie Cunningham.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Connie Cunningham. I'm with the Housing Commission in Cupertino. My purpose is to urge Palo Alto City Council to adopt bird safe and dark skies regulations that meet or exceed those that have been adopted by Cupertino City Council in 2021. Cupertino City staff worked closely with Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society on specific rules that Palo Alto should also adopt. The opening statement of the regulation states its purpose: regulate design and construction of structures in all zoning districts to protect the natural environment, particularly enhancing bird safety and reducing light pollution. It establishes regulations to reduce bird mortality from windows, other specific glass features, and certain lighting elements that are known to increase the risk of birds' collisions. It also establishes regulations to reduce light pollution, which is known to contribute to bird mortality, reduced visibility of the night sky, and adverse impacts to human health. Some key Cupertino regulations about glass are the following. No more than 10% of the surface area of the facade may be untreated glass, and no more than 5% of the facade that is 60 feet above ground and up. No see-through corners or walls. Buildings must not include skyways or walkways, balconies, freestanding walls, or building corners made of untreated glass, or any other design elements that are untreated and through which birds can see trees and landscape areas, water features, or the sky, mistaking the glass for flight space. Avoid funneling bird flight paths along buildings or trees towards a building facade. And bird-safe treatments include, but are not limited to, permanent treatments such as opaque glass, window muntins, exterior netting, exterior screens, or special glass treatments such as fritting. Now, some key Cupertino regulations about light pollution are the following. All light sources shall have a maintained correlated color temperature. All outdoor lighting must be fully extinguished or be motion sensor operated by 11 o'clock p.m. To avoid light trespass, outdoor lighting must be fully shielded, directed downward to meet particular need away from adjacent properties. No exterior light or activity shall cast light onto an adjacent or nearby property. Permitted only if such lights do not result in light trespass. Prohibited lighting includes outdoor blinking, flashing, rotating lights, floodlights, spotlights, and others. I urge you to create your own bird-safe dark skies ordinance. Thank you for this time to speak to your council this evening.
Thank you for your comments. Our last speaker is Rose Grimes.
Yes, hello, City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Although I think I might start with just a point of order because I happen to be traveling, so I'm in Eastern time, so I'm 3 hours ahead of you. And I think that the item that I want to speak about is the development at 575 Los Trancos Road. And I'm concerned that possibly this public comment period is not the appropriate time as it's agendized. So could I first ask about that?
Hope I didn't do that. This is City Manager. You are correct. The public testimony on that item will be taken later during this meeting.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, and I understand the rules of speaking. So I think I'll have to just bow out on commenting on the item because it's not an appropriate time to do so.
Or you can submit written comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Madam Mayor, that's our last request to speak.
Thank you. And we'll come back to, right now we'll go to consent calendar. So with that, if there's, do I go to public comments first or? Okay, we'll go to public comments on consent calendar items only.
Okay, our first speaker is John Kelly here in the council chamber.
Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, I didn't hear anyone mention this during the public comments just now, but I do want to acknowledge the deaths today, and not only in Half Moon Bay, but also in Monterey Park earlier this week. And I'd just like to take a moment to mourn the people who've died and to remember the loved ones they've left behind. I'd like to speak about two of the items on the consent calendar. Item 7 deals with the proposed regulation of electric bikes and also other forms of electric mobility devices. As I read it, this is going, in my opinion, far too far in terms of limiting access to people who need the assistance of electric mobility devices, and also the lower powered electric bikes to enjoy the public open space that many of you have spoken about tonight. I think this is a matter of equity. I would urge you not to simply pass this regulation tonight on the consent calendar, and at least talk about it openly here at the council level. I also want to speak to you about another item related to ADUs, and that is, I believe it's consent item number 3. I'm sorry, number 5. It's action item number 5 on the consent calendar. I would urge you to take this one flatly off the consent calendar and not act on it tonight. Implicit in this report is a most staggering number. It's $57,000, $57,420. That's how much Palo Alto charges as a Parks and Recreation impact fee. Is that my time? Okay. I think if you asked anyone in a new home or an apartment or even an ADU under certain circumstances to pay $57,420 essentially for the right to enjoy the parks in the city, most people that I've spoken to would simply say, no, that's insane. But that's what the prior council did last spring. The rates, the impact fees for Parks and Recreation went up, I believe, 2.5 to 3 times. And if you're accepting this report without deliberating on it, without referring this matter to the Finance Committee, and without also referring it to the PTC, I believe you're really doing a disservice to the community. I feel this way particularly strongly with regard to ADUs, but also with regard to single-family homes. One of the worst things about this ordinance is it's regressive. You're going to talk tonight later about a home that's over 7,000 square feet. Most areas in Palo Alto, the maximum size for a home is 6,000 square feet. But if you're building a home that's 1,200 or 1,500 square feet, you're going to pay the same $57,000 for that right as a person building a home that's 6,000 square feet or even more. That's wrong. And the way that the ordinance is written and implemented, if you're building an ADU that's 750 feet or greater in square feet, under some circumstances, you could possibly pay that much as well. If the lot on which the ADU is being built has a house that's rather small.
Mr. Kelly, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you. Please take it off the consent calendar.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Arthur Lieberman. You can unmute and speak on the item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Crew and council members. I am requesting that you remove item 7, the Parks and Recreation Commission recommended regulation for e-bikes in parks and open spaces from the consent calendar. I submitted a letter earlier today listing 5 reasons for you to consider this, for doing this. Let me mention one more. This one is referred to in the PRC staff report. Now, I am a member of Pacc, though I speak as an individual tonight. Pacc did not approve the proposed regulations when they were presented to us in November. A subcommittee of Pacc, of which I am a member, was formed to pursue the issue with PRC. As the staff report says, quote, the one area of disagreement is that the payback members argue that e-bikes should be allowed on unpaved trails in the Baylands Nature Preserve, unquote. That's unpaved, improved trails. Those are large, wide gravel roadways in a sense, essentially. I argued in my letter that the Baylands and the Ravenswood Open Space Preserve of the Mid-Peninsula Open District are essentially identical preserves, and the Open Space District allows e-bikes on the unpaved trails there. And so PRC should allow e-bikes on the unpaved trails in the Baylands. So I ask you to remove this item from the consent calendar. This would allow payback members and PRC members time to discuss this further and come to an agreement on the e-bike regulations, including those for the unpaved trails in the Baylands. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And our last speaker is Lynn Chiapella.
I would also like to comment on item 7. As a pedestrian, I have found that the people who use the e-bikes have frequently used city sidewalks and have buzzed by me at a high rate of speed, and I don't know that they're there, and all of a sudden they're right there next to me and my dog when I'm walking in the Baylands. I would like to see a established speed limit with some kind of enforceable regulation. My mother was actually hit by a plain bicycle, not an e-bike, thank God. And I then called to find out. And apparently, according to the police, there aren't any. I returned from San Diego yesterday, and they have posted limits on the speeds if you are sharing with pedestrians. And you cannot go that much faster than a runner, which is 4 or 5 miles an hour. I don't know what a runner does. But the limit at the top was 8 miles per hour. And I think that city sidewalks as well should be included when you're actually analyzing sharing a path with pedestrians, dog walkers, whatever, handicapped people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Those are our last public speaker for consent.
Thank you. Does any council member have any no votes or register or want to pull an item?
Yes, I'd like to pull item number 7.
Councilmember Stone,
I'd also like to pull item 7.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes, I'd like to vote no on 4, 5, and 10 and pull number 7.
okay, so Councilmember Burt, 7, Councilmember Stone, 7, Councilmember Tanaka, 7. So we have 3 to pull it. Can we get a motion?
Yes, a motion to approve the consent calendar, yes. When you're
Apologies,
ready.
motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, could you call the votes?
Actually, if I might, Madam Mayor, just for council's awareness on the item number 7 being pulled from consent, recognizing the interest on this issue, we will schedule it for a future council meeting. For council members' awareness, we have been looking at what's the right date? February 27th or March 6th. We'll confirm a date that works, and we'll post it on the agenda accordingly.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, just to make sure I have this correct, Councilmember Tanaka, you have a no vote on 4, 5, and 10, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, and then we're pulling item 7, so this is the consent as listed. All right, Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Excellent. Motion carries unanimously for items 6 and 8 through 12 and 6-1 on items 4, 5, and 10.
Okay, so would you like to speak to your no vote, Councilmember Burt? Oh,
No, that's only on a no vote. I voted to pull.
you pulled it,
Yes,
yes. Excuse me. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak on your no vote?
Sure, thank you. So yeah, item 4. So this is a $200,000 piece of software. It's for the regional water quality plant that's shared among many other cities. And like I spoke last time or previous times, several times actually already, we're paying about 20% more because we are using less of that plant than we did originally. And so I think we should be paying less. And so $200,000 times 20% less is $40,000 extra. So I will continue to vote no on every single regional water quality project until that is fixed, because that's $40K extra tonight that we. So I think the speaker was correct. These really high impact fees, we massively increased our impact fees. We all know that there's a housing issue. These housing issues really, these high development fees, these impact fees really prevent housing from being built. And as the speaker mentioned, they're regressive. So it's just something that we should really look at more closely. Item 10. Item 10, so this is a software license for registration, essentially. And, generally software licenses, there's no human cost per se, like there is with like a consulting service. But this one here goes from 96K to basically like, I think about 105 plus 5K contingency. So it represents about a 15% increase from the prior year. And the prior contract actually was flat all the years. This time there's a built-in 5% increase plus an extra 5K contingency fee, which is for some unspecified feature. And at a time when there's people in our community, people getting laid off and people getting pay cuts, to have this increase doesn't seem to make sense, especially for software. And it's not clear what this contingency is for. So I don't think this is a wise use of money. We should have held the line on this. If anything, the software price should be less because we paid for a lot of it upfront in the implementation. So I can't support number 10 either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Could I request City Clerk's assistance with a few slides? As we are making that transition and acknowledging the terrible news that we received over the weekend with Monterey Park and this afternoon with respect to Half Moon Bay, obviously many very troubling issues ongoing. I did want to mention a follow-up to a hate crime issue that our sibling city of Bloomington, Indiana has been dealing with. The city, we were recently made aware of a terrible attack on an Asian Indiana University student on a public bus in Bloomington. And again, in the context of the tragic news we've had here in California just over the last couple of days, it's important to note that the attack in Bloomington was thankfully not fatal, but nonetheless horrible and apparently racially motivated. Our Mayor Ku has been in touch with Bloomington Mayor John Hamilton, expressing Palo Alto's solidarity with Bloomington and support for the victim. Certainly, Palo Alto denounces racist hate and violence of any kind and stands with all communities impacted in speaking out against acts of violence. So in this moment of shared concern, we did want to recommit to our connectedness with Bloomington and communicate our communities standing together during times of adversity. We do have more information on this particular issue on our homepage under our news. So with that, let me turn to more mundane information, perhaps, with the next slide, please. Let me first note the recognition of high utility bills. This is an issue that the council has grappled with over the last few months, recognizing costs escalation. And note here that we are now heard from a number of residents and businesses here in Palo Alto now that wintertime bills have actually been received and are obviously a challenge on an ongoing basis. We have noted that the city and other utilities in the region have received notice of natural gas and electricity January timeframe and 4 times higher in January of 2023 in comparison to June of 2022. And as such, residents will be seeing these effects in their January and February bills. There have been a number of tools available to community members, and certainly want to reinforce those here, that the city is offering free assessments from our home energy advisor that can provide advice to homeowners or residents in terms of steps that can be taken to reduce energy use and therefore energy bills. The utility is making payment arrangements for those needing extra time to pay these unusually high winter gas bills. We do have available online some of the steps that individuals can take to improve energy efficiency and again, thereby reducing energy costs. And also note for those community members that might simply like to get out of their home into public spaces, public facilities that have that will be providing climate controls, that our libraries are open as warming centers, really in combination with our community centers, providing 7-day-a-week respite areas that community members can visit as a means of both warming up, recharging their devices as maybe appropriate, and connecting with neighbors. Additional information on all of this is on our homepage under our news. Next slide, please. Also, a follow-up to our storms over the past few weeks. We are continuing to track information. Also want to thank members of the community that participated with the mayor, myself, and a number of key staff on a community check-in, a virtual meeting last week to both share information as well as respond to questions. So we received some valuable feedback at that session last week, and we do provide that information again on our webpage for people who would like to get additional information. Would note that again that we're continuing to track weather and will continue to provide information for the community as situations develop that warrant additional notifications. Next slide, please. Also, on good news, again, as a reference and not unrelated to our response to interest in having community facilities available throughout the week, that very pleased to announce that our libraries have expanded hours and days available to community members. Mitchell Park Library expanding hours, and Rinconada Library actually adding the Sunday hours shown here from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Additional hours increase in our availability is dependent on staff being hired, so we'll provide additional information as that comes available. Next slide, please. And then want to note additional Lunar New Year events that are upcoming. Certainly want to congratulate organizers on the event that was held this past Saturday at Mitchell Park Community Center and Library. Really wonderful to see community members together, and again, a very successful event there, and have noted a few upcoming events that will be celebrating this season, opportunity for community members to get together in the upcoming several days. Next slide, please. And then this week, Friday, the next chapter in our Art Center's series on the classical elements, so to speak, originally, or the first segment being fire, and now opening water. And the title or the theme here is called Underwater, which is, again, mixed metaphors here, and by all who experience it. So this coming Friday, the 27th, will be a special opening, and open in the hours of 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. with the exhibit itself running through April 8th. Next slide, please. And then to flag a few upcoming items on the City Council's agenda. Just to recap, here we are on the 23rd. This Saturday will be the council's priority setting retreat. And then the following Monday, next Monday, you have an action agenda that is specifically focused on discussion and hopefully adoption of your city council procedures and protocols handbook. Then looking forward, the next meeting on February 6th, we have scheduled a study session on the upcoming shuttle service. Then action items related to gas-powered leaf blowers enforcement and firearms in sensitive places. Then the following week, the 13th, the study sessions on economic development and the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park plans with the County Housing Authority, along with a mid-year budget review. And then I would note the 20th of February City Council meeting is canceled due to the President's Day holiday. There will be a meeting on the 27th, and noting a couple of items here that may be on the 27th, again, subject to change, the Parklets update and automatic license plate reader technology next steps. I believe that's my last slide. And with that, back to you, Mayor Koo.
Thank you, City Manager. We now move to action items. And we'll start with action item number 13, which is a public hearing quasi-judicial on 575 Los Trancos. It's adoption of a record of land use action, approving a major site and design application for the construction of a new 7,245 square foot single-family residence with a new 895 square foot accessory dwelling unit and associated site improvements on a 5.38 acre site. Zoning district is open space. And the environmental review is adoption of a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. City Manager.
Mayor Koo. Mayor Koo, that's me. Yes, I was advised today that I need to recuse on this issue from the city attorney. 575 Los Trancos, because it's a quasi-judicial matter, which previously came before PTC, and I participated in that hearing. I think there's new information compared to last August, but it's the same project, and so that doesn't move the needle in terms of my ability to participate. Just to the public, I just want to express frustration for, working on in the community and working on commissions and doing the job. And then sometimes that means that I can't do my job as an elected official, but that's just the way it is on some issues. So I'm recusing and have a productive discussion.
Madam Attorney, do you have something that you'd like to say?
I do. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Lowing. At this point, Mayor Koo is about to call for disclosures from council members. And so we just want to orient us to this process and also remind the community what we're doing with this point. Whenever we do a quasi judicial item, it's important, council is required to make its decision based on the material that's in the formal record. Principles of due process and fairness require that. At the same time, members of the community have some interest based also in the Constitution and the First Amendment of being able to petition and contact their elected officials with items of community concern. And the way that the council member is asked to disclose publicly and to the parties if you have had any discussions, done a site visit, seen documents that are not part of the formal record. The formal record is what's before you tonight in the packet, and then what you're going to hear. And so commonly, council members may either say, I have nothing to disclose, or may say, I met with X, Y, or Z group who have concerns about the item. I may have met with the project applicant or proponent. And so you want to tell us that, and then also let us know whether you learned anything through that process that is not in the record that might influence your decision tonight. The reason to do this is so that the parties have an opportunity to discover if you've received some piece of information that they believe is not complete, and they want to have an opportunity to respond to it. So this is how we protect due process and fairness in the hearing. So Councilmember Koo is going to ask you to make your disclosures or to state that you have not had any outside contacts with anyone or done a site visit. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm just going to go down the dais. Councilmember Tanaka,
Nothing, I talked to no one, so.
Councilmember Vinker,
I haven't had any discussions. I did receive an email that was separate from the ones to all of council. I assume that counts.
It does, and if you would please forward it to the clerk so it can be placed in the public record, that would be good.
Okay. I didn't receive any additional information though in it that was redundant with the ones that were in the public record.
We can take a look at it offline.
Okay,
thank you.
That's all.
I didn't receive anything. I haven't spoken to anybody. Vice Mayor Stone?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, I have not received any information that would need to be disclosed. I have received an email similar to Councilmember Vink. I don't know what the content of your email, but I will forward it just in case as well.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
I have received no information pertinent to this item, and I have not had any conversations about it.
Councilmember Burt?
I have spoken with Keith Rechtall and Shawnee Kleinhaus, and I did not receive information that is not in the record. I do have one email communication. I'll forward it. And then second, I went to the site last week, and there were no one else was present at the time. I did see one significant piece of information that's not in the record at this time, which is that the story polls show that the proposed project intrudes below the drip line of trees, or at least a single tree along the riparian corridor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Burt. And that's a great example of a really thorough disclosure. Sometimes I think we haven't focused on site visits, but they are part of this process, and it's a good idea to disclose them and to comment on anything that you may have learned. And now the parties know that, and if they wish to respond or have that discussion, then they can do that. Thank you.
Very good. Back to the city manager for the staff report.
Yes, let me ask our Director of Planning and Development Services, Jonathan Late, to lead off.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shikata. And good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you in person this evening, but you do have before you Amy French, our Chief Planning Official, and Emily Foley is a planner with our department, and she's the project manager for this project. I'll be available to answer any questions along with the team that's in front of you when the council goes to deliberation. But for now, Ms. Foley, if you wouldn't mind leading the council through a presentation.
Yes. Good evening, Council, and thank you, Director Late, for the introduction. An overview of the project includes that the project site is a 5.3 acre currently vacant property. As you can see, it's highlighted in red on the slide. To the right is the city of Palo Alto. To the left, where you can see a road outlined in white, is the town of Portola Valley. The proposed floor area of this project includes about 7,000 square feet for the main house and about 900 square feet for the accessory dwelling unit. The maximum allowable floor area for this site is 9,374 square feet. That represents 4% of the site area, which is the maximum allowed by the zoning code. Likewise, the impervious coverage is 6,925 square feet, and the maximum allowable for impervious coverage is also that 4%. The zoning of this parcel is open space. What we are considering tonight is an application for major site and design review. So this process is for approval of development in an environmentally or ecologically sensitive area, which may be sensitive to aesthetics, excessive noise, increased traffic, etc. And this project was recommended for approval by the Planning and Transportation Commission on August 31st of last year and is now before you tonight. Going into a little bit more detail about the process, typically the site and design is heard by the PTC and then is forwarded to council. Because this is a single family house, it is exempt from review by the Architectural Review Board. When there are site and design applications for other types of projects, those would typically also be reviewed by the Architectural Review Board. This slide also has 4 of the required findings for the site and design application, including that construction and operation is compatible with the existing surrounding uses, desirable in the area, incorporates sound principles of design, and ensures that the use is consistent with the comprehensive plan. This site has a comprehensive plan land use designation of streamside open space, SOS, and a zoning designation of open space. The streamside open space designation is intended to preserve and enhance the corridors of riparian vegetation along streams. And in terms of zoning, single family residential is a permitted use, including the proposed accessory dwelling unit. This slide, and I apologize for the font size, includes additional criteria that is specific to site and design applications in the open space. Each of these points is considered in the draft findings in the staff report. One of the items that we want to call attention to tonight is the setback from the creek. The zoning ordinance requires a 20-foot setback from the top of bank, and that is what the project is proposing at its closest point. The comprehensive plan includes a policy to explore a 150-foot setback from streams. However, this includes considering a reduced setback from that 150 for single-family residences. And it's important to note that this policy has not been implemented in the zoning code. So through the staff review of this project, the 20-foot requirement is what was enforced. In more detail, this is a diagram that was prepared by the civil engineer for the project. I recognize that it's not the most exciting to look at, but going from the left side of the diagram to the right, it shows where the bottom of the creek is measured from the center line. It's about 10 feet, so that base is approximately 20 feet wide. It increases uphill towards the top of the bank. And then it shows the 20-foot setback from the top of the bank to the proposed house. It is important to note that this is a corner of the house rather than a continuous wall. After the rains of a couple of weeks ago, I'm sure that council is wondering what the creek currently looks like. So what is represented here is pictures that I took during my 2 site visits, the first being in August prior to the Planning and Transportation Commission meeting, and then a couple weeks ago in January. This is taken from approximately the same vantage point. You may notice that you can see some of the same tree branches. But what's important to note here is that even after a significant rain event, the extent of where the water is located is not beyond the bed of the creek that was visible in August. And this project is subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, and as such, an initial study and mitigated negative declaration has been prepared and circulated. The circulation period was in August going into September, around the time of the Planning and Transportation Commission meeting. Environmental factors that were considered include air quality, biology, geology and soils, hydrology and water quality, and cultural resources. The proposed mitigations, which are included in the MMRP mitigation monitoring and reporting program attachment to the staff report, lists the mitigations that are proposed for this project, which typically include pre-construction and construction phase mitigation. Public comments were received and responded to in the MND as well, and so that is the attachment titled Response to Comments. In response to the concerns raised at the PTC meeting, the following changes were made to the design, and so this includes blackout shades to be installed on the upper story windows facing the creek, because one of the concerns was nighttime light intrusion and the effect on potential wildlife. Additionally, recessed lighting inside of the building has been relocated further away from the windows and will be turned off when no one's in the room. And exterior lighting will also have motion sensors and be the minimum required by the building code, which is typically 1 lighting fixture per exterior door. Additionally, questions were raised regarding defensible space, and so the conditions of approval have been modified to include a requirement to prepare a fire protection plan to the satisfaction of the fire code official, and maintaining defensible space in compliance with the California Fire Code, which is within 30 feet of the structure. This is a list of some of the public comments that were received just within the last day or two. And we have reviewed them, and should there be any questions, we are prepared to respond to them. The staff recommendation, based on the recommendation received at the Planning and Transportation Commission meeting, is to recommend approval, and the draft findings have been prepared in the affirmative, but alternative actions include remanding the project back to the Planning and Transportation Commission, or providing direction to have the project returned back to City Council. And that concludes my presentation. My contact information is on this slide. Additionally, we have the applicant who has prepared a presentation. We also have the CEQA consultant and staff members for urban forestry and fire prevention available to assist us in answering any questions you may have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think we can have the applicant come forward and present. And Mr.
Do I share my screen with? Okay, is it working? Can everyone see the screen?
I don't think the mic is on.
Hello?
Oh, there you go.
Sorry. I'm rather soft-spoken, so sorry about that. First and foremost, on behalf of the owners and myself, I'd like to thank you for giving us opportunity to present our project at Los Trancos. Just as a brief intro, we've been working for almost 2 years, working closely with the planning department, with Emily, and we're in full compliance with all the open space and planning requirements for the project. We've also spoken very early on with fire department and other agencies as well. Just very briefly, with gentle topography and a larger area, 575 Los Trancos is a beautiful enclave site, I think as we all know, shielded by lush vegetation and dense mature trees all around, as we can see. Most of the site is actually hidden from view from Los Trancos and the nearby areas. And we really strove to design a home that's soft-spoken and deferential to the overall surroundings. Our new home aims to preserve the natural and beautiful context that it's carefully set within and to minimize environmental impact and disturbances to a lot of the great mature trees on the site. As you can see, the home is shielded around with lush vegetation, a lot of tall oaks. I think we worked really hard to break down the plan in the spirit of a larger home, really break it down into many smaller volumes to blend in with the rural character of the surrounding areas. Okay, should I keep going? In section and elevation, we also break it down into smaller volumes as well, really trying to feather in and minimize the height and bulk using predominantly flat, low roof forms rather than taller gabled forms. We really want to keep the home nestled into the topography, nestled into the greenery. And I'd like to point out that we did neighbor outreach, and the immediate neighbors all very supportive of the project. We haven't had any protest letters or anything like that from the surrounding neighbors. We actually walked the site together with our closest neighbor at 805 Los Trancos, and they were very supportive and provided a letter of support as well. Just very quickly, because I know we have limited time, we paid very close attention, even before we designed anything, to pay attention, careful attention to all the open space review criteria. Although it's a larger site, actually, if you'll notice, the actual developable or the usable area of the site is actually rather small. Most of it, we want to protect all the surrounding trees, the surrounding oaks. And so this area offers our only chance really to responsibly build a single family home on the property. This area is about a ½ acre. And so zooming in to this area, it's shielded very well. This is a site plan, enlarged site plan zooming into that clearing area. And we worked hard to set the back more than 100, or sorry, set back the house more than 100 feet from Los Trancos to really, the finished floor elevation is 8 to 10 feet below Los Trancos, so very humble in terms of height and footprint. One very important thing I would say, our black and white site plan probably shows the best is, contrary to what I think some people might not realize, is we certainly have a creek on this side that we're paying attention to. But I think what's not immediately apparent perhaps is we have topography along this side, as well as a lot of oaks along this edge. So we're actually working really hard to design a home that's sensitive and doesn't encroach on the TPZ boundaries along here, provide proper fire access into the site, and also provide proper clearance to the proposing to keep all the existing heritage trees on the site. That's 37 in our area, and more than 80 trees that's may or may not be heritage, but we're keeping all of them that's surrounding our site except for a few dead trees, etc. We're using a material palette that blends in with the surrounding oaks. We're proposing native landscaping, drought tolerant native landscaping that will feather in to the site. We're working with a great landscape architect, and we're minimizing impervious area with our landscape architect and civil engineer. The entire driveway is permeable, decomposed gravel, permeable, and this is required for fire access and turnaround. I think probably most importantly for tonight, we just received some letters from the regional environmental groups. Wanted to speak to that a little bit. Obviously, we've been working closely with planning staff and had the endorsement of the site design committee. We've been working on this for 2 years, and we've worked really hard to comply with all the regulations of the city. I think a certain point to note is it's really not an unlimited 5-acre land that we're dealing with. We're really working within this very limited half-acre area. And as previously noted, it's kind of, there's a pinch point between two oaks, which grant us access into the site. And so we're really working to feather in a home between a rock and a hard place, so to speak. Along this side, we have a pinch point with the creek and the setbacks, providing proper setback. On the other side, we have a pinch point with all these majestic oaks that we're trying to keep clear and preserve proper TPZ. I think the other important thing to note is we've worked hard to keep 75% or more of the home is actually more than 50 feet away from the top of bank, not the creek, but the top of bank. So 75% or more of the home is 50 feet or greater from the top of bank. Only a small portion gets closer than that. And as Emily noted, we worked hard to not be parallel to the creek. We're only coming to 2 tangent points here and here. And so you can easily see that as you move along the lateral walls of the house, you gradually move from 20 to 30 to 40 feet very quickly. And the rest of the building is 80 feet, 100 feet away. So we're doing our best to try to work within these all the constraints within the site. I think the other thing to note is, as you can see this pinch point, this is our fire access and our fire access turnaround. And we need this because it's a larger site for safety, for the firemen to be able to properly access this home. And so with the fire access requirements, navigating the driveway, situating the home, and with the topography, the existing trees, and the creek, you can see the geometries become very constrained very quickly. And so in keeping with design aesthetics, we're still trying to keep the home as a collection of smaller buildings, a very minimal second floor, and feather in with the rest of the site. And so in conclusion, I think just to go back to our beginning, we really worked hard to be deferential to the overall surroundings, siting it in a clearing, which has minimal impact to all the surrounding trees. We decompose the house into smaller volumes to be friendly with the neighbors and friendly with the environment. We're preserving the rural character of the site, and ultimately we envision a very invisible home or very minimally visible home from Los Trancos, where you move through these trees, come down an existing driveway, and come into a clearing where the home will eventually be, in keeping with the fabric and greenery of Los Trancos and the surrounding community. Thank you.
Do we come back to council right now, or?
So Mayor, yeah. So the next opportunity then, if you wanted to create an opportunity. Otherwise, you would open it up to the public for public comment, and then the applicant would have an opportunity for 3 minutes of rebuttal, I believe.
Thank you. So let's bring it back to council for questions. Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. So a couple questions. First, in the staff report on page 3, and then it's kind of referenced other places. There's a reference to the comprehensive plan, and I understand that we have not adopted in the zoning code the guidance of the comp plan, but it actually says several places that the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And so I wanted to understand the staff rationale for consistency when the comp plan pretty clearly states an intention to broaden the riparian corridor distance, 150 feet for in general, with potential allowances less than that for single family homes, but pretty clearly an intention to go beyond the current 20-foot standard. So how is that consistent with the comp plan? Is the project consistent with the comp plan? In that regard?
I think that's a question for staff.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. It's awkward. I can't see the faces of the staff at the table, so I wasn't sure if they were going to take a first cut at it, but I'll jump in and ask them to follow up with anything additional. So thank you, Councilmember Burt, for that. I think when it comes to the comprehensive plan and the council seeing, many projects that are evaluated to it, there's a number of policies, high-level sort of policy statements that are intended to guide, citywide sort of direction or localized areas. So when we talk about compliance with the comprehensive plan, and maybe we weren't as artful in our language this go around, but we typically say that it's in general, it's in compliance with the comprehensive plan. Because there's probably some policies that could be identified as maybe being partially compliant, or if not at all, we'd want to flag that. And that's what we attempted to do in the staff report too, and in our deliberations with our conversation with the Planning and Transportation Commission, is to flag that comprehensive plan policy about the stream setback that you noted. So ultimately, the council is the decision maker on this project, and it's the council that will decide whether the project is compliant with the comprehensive plan or not. But we do have that policy that we've noted, and it does have some clear statements of wanting to protect that riparian corridor. And the other note about the setback, it just hasn't been. We have that, and it's a bit of a continuation from the previous comprehensive plan. We just haven't implemented it yet into the zoning code beyond the 20-foot setback that we have.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 4 of the staff report, there's a reference to no construction occurring within the 20-foot creek setback. And that's from top of bank, as I understand it. But the building itself goes right up to 20 feet at certain locations. So how is construction going to be able to occur and have nothing on the other side of the wall that's being constructed? I've never seen any such construction.
Yes, I can respond to that. The mitigations written in the CEQA document do require that no construction occurs within that 20-foot setback. And so this project will be submitting for building permits and going through the building permit process. And so if it's found in that when the construction documents are prepared that constructing it would require going into that 20-foot setback, they will need to change their plans so that they are fully outside of that setback.
And Ms. Foley, if I can add to that, I believe there's a condition of approval too on the in the record of land use action that further amplifies the need for some additional setbacks to accommodate any excavation that may be needed for those footings at those corners, so that we are not encroaching into that 20-foot setback.
Well, I guess I'm still trying to understand how that can practically occur. I mean, if we have a building design that we would be approving that goes right up to 20 feet, there's going to inherently be excavation that has to occur to have foundations. I'm trying to understand how that is even feasible.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me take another pass at it. And Ms. Foley, if you can identify that condition of approval. The condition, as well as the mitigation monitoring program, would require the building to actually be set back more than 20 feet in practicality at those two corners, because in order to accommodate the any excavation, we don't want that to occur in that 20-foot setback. So to the extent that excavation is required, if a 5-foot additional setback is excavation is required for that footing, then the house would need to accommodate that based on that condition that's included in the record of land use action. And Ms. Foley can direct us to that number.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question. I don't know if we have any fire department staff on the call tonight, because my question has to do with this long serpentine driveway, which basically eliminates the ability to have the home and the ADU use that large meadow area to the east of the proposed building construction site. And I think it's maybe an 8-foot drop off there, but I've never seen a drive-like way requirement like that in open space approvals. And I wanted to also understand whether in this process, whether the fire department, when they were asked perhaps what they would desire in a driveway or find most preferable, was that inquiry placed in the context of the implications on the feasibility of the project to meet the environmental requirements that are set forth, or did we simply get an answer from the fire department, which is they're kind of ideal for their fire protection response?
Through the mayor, just the first question would be just to say on packet page 442, condition of approval, draft condition building permit 2A does talk about that grading. And we do have the fire department personnel on this call. So I'd ask Scott Woodfin to weigh in.
Hi, thank you very much. So when it comes to fire department access, the road leading up to the house is 14 feet wide, which is large enough for the fire engine to drive up to the house and to the ADU. Is that, as far as the drop off in the 8-foot, we're only going to be accessing up to the house for emergency responses. So we look to make sure to deploy our hose lines or run the medical call as needed.
So my question is, it's a big U-shaped serpentine driveway, drops down from Los Tranquilos Road, turns right, does a 180-degree turn, and then comes back to the house. Is that design being stipulated by the fire department? And is that a necessity or a preference if it is being stipulated by the fire department?
I see what you mean, sir. I apologize for that. So we did not design the road. The road is submitted, and then we use the fire code and our vehicle clearances that we have to see if we can access the road. I mean, obviously responding to an emergency, the quicker the access we have, the better. I will be honest, I have not done a site visit to look at the site. I've only looked at the plans. But I have seen the driveway that you're referring to, the big sweeping up to the house.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
May I speak to that a little bit, just to give some context? Okay.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's see. Just a couple questions. So I appreciate the revisions to the lighting designs based on the PTC's comments, but I'm concerned if it will truly mitigate the concerns of light intrusion and pollution in just such a sensitive riparian corridor. So I guess my big concern is once the house is constructed, is there anything the city can do to actually enforce those lighting mitigations continue? So for example, there was the automatic shades on the second story. I mean, what prevents the homeowner from going in and opening those shades back up?
So this is part of the conditions of approval. It is not considered part of the mitigation measures because the lighting does not meet the criteria of being an impact for the California Environmental Quality Act. And we do have the CEQA consultant on the Zoom to speak to that further. Doing it as a condition of approval and with those in particular are things that have been done on prior projects in the Baylands area. But, it is something the council can consider if that is analogous or not.
So I'd imagine conditions of approval could also include moving the house farther from the creek, preventing windows from facing the creek altogether. I mean, those are all mitigations that we can approve.
So, Vice Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll field that question.
Yeah.
I'd like to direct you to the maybe the slide deck is probably the most accessible document that you have that generally summarizes the findings that need to be made for a site and design review application. And as I say that, I don't exactly have it in front of me. So let me just pull that up. There's it's slide 4. There are 4 findings that are listed. And if the council were concerned about the glare or lighting, or if you felt that there was a greater setback needed for the riparian, we would really, ask the council to focus in on these findings and draw that connection to the finding. And well, I'll answer that. I'll end there, but there may be more to say about that. But that's where we would ask the council to focus its direction based on those findings.
Thank you. Consider that a little more. So my second question, we've received several emails from concerned residents regarding going back to the location by the creek, the proximity of the proposed project to the creek. Some of those emails claiming that the neighboring homes are no closer than 55 feet from the creek. Is that accurate?
There is one other house that may be considered in the vicinity, 805 Los Trancos. It is the property 1 parcel north of this site. That house was built around 2015, and it is approximately 50 or 55 feet from the creek. We don't have an exact number at this time.
Okay, so no neighboring property is closer than 50 feet to the creek.
So I think we just spoke to the one property that's nearest, and we think about 50 or 55 feet.
Right, but there are multiple homes in the area. I just wanted to know, is there a precedent for homes being built within 50 feet of the creek?
So again, I don't know that, Ms. Foley, we don't have analysis on those other properties.
Right, we do not.
Yes, we just have data on the 805 Los Trencos.
Okay, thank you. And then one final question for now. So the analysis on page 36 of the mitigated negative declaration states that many large terrestrial wildlife species, such as the mountain lion, and most small species, such as rodents, avoid openings and use the cover provided by the riparian corridor. Then the analysis goes on to state that the house will not interfere with this movement. And my question is, wouldn't the impact of placing a large occupied house at the edge of a riparian area impede animal movement, since animals, I'd imagine wild animals, may fear traveling near an occupied building?
We have our CEQA consultant that may provide more detailed expertise on that. Sorry, we're trying to.
Sorry, hi.
Hi, thank you, council members and Ms. Foley. We do have our biologist that worked on that portion of the mitigated negative declaration, and I think she's just trying to dial on right now.
Great, thank you.
Are you done, Vice Mayor Stone?
I think she's jumping on right now.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Ms. Asmus, we see you on the Zoom, but your mic is not on or maybe having issues.
Okay, Vice Mayor, perhaps we can work out that technical item and then come back to you after the public comment if it's not resolved before then.
That's fine with me, thanks.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. I first want to note that we are lucky to have this problem because we are lucky to have such gorgeous open space within our city boundaries. And I also want to note that it's quite a beautiful home that has been drawn up and clearly a lot of attention to detail. My question is somewhat akin to Councilmember Burt's question, but I want to put a finer point on it and ask staff and then perhaps the applicant. So it has to do with this condition of approval on packet page 442, which is the building permit. It's in item 2. Subparagraph A says that prior to issuance of any site preparation, grading, or building permit, the applicant shall demonstrate methods to be used to ensure there is no encroachment, including excavation or grading in preparation for building foundations or site or building other work into the required 20-foot creek setback. And subparagraph B provides for having a sturdy protective construction fence outside the 20-foot creek setback to ensure that. But what I also wanted to call your attention to, though, is in the ISMND on packet page 629, there is a geotechnical survey that says in item 2 there under general site preparation, due to the loose superficial soil, a program of over excavation and backfilling is deemed necessary. This says the lateral extent of the over excavation should extend at least 5 feet beyond the perimeter of the proposed residence ADU, driveway, and pool decking. So Director Late, I think when you were mentioning the 5 feet, you may have had that in mind. And so my question is, if we're talking at least 5 feet, so that means we're 15 feet or less from the creek. I think you said that the solution is that at the time of the permitting, there would be a requirement that the structure be pushed back by whatever amount, the over excavation would entail. And so my first question is that right? Is there more you want to tell us about it? And as part of your response, if you could explain to me, does one know before one starts the over excavation how much it is, so you know how far back it has to go, or do you discover that during the excavation process, just from a technical standpoint?
Great. Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So yes, that is the intent of that condition of approval, that the building would be set back a distance in addition to the 20-foot setback to accommodate any extra excavation that is needed. So in this example, a 25-foot setback at those two corners of the residence. And to answer your second question, we can find out prior to building permit issuance, but we do not have the construction drawings. At least I don't believe we have the construction drawings fully reviewed right now. And so with our partner departments and Public Works, that is information that we would ascertain before issuing a building permit. And that other provision of that condition that you noted is it gives the administrative authority to approve some minor adjustments to the site planning to accommodate these changes.
So it would be 25 feet or more. It'd be a minimum of 25 feet at those corners, I believe. And it seems to me like that might require some adjustment of the plan for the building. So I don't know what the applicant might want to address that concern. Is that
Am I allowed to speak to try to address some of that?
Is that
Sure, go ahead. No?
or later?
Well, so the applicant will have 3 minutes to respond, so you could hold for that, or at your discretion, you can allow that.
But why don't we hold for that? Do you have more questions?
I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one question for Director Lake. As a matter of public policy, when a person purchases a piece of property in Palo Alto and seeks to improve it, the property owner, their architects and designers should be able to rely on the accuracy of our existing code. I understand that there's some wish that the ideas expressed in the comp plan of extending the creek setback to 150 feet, there's a wish that that would already have been codified. Defer to our hopes and dreams rather than the language of our existing code, wishing it were different when determining whether to approve or deny a project?
Yeah, well, I think the nature of discretionary applications, such as the one that's before you, is that we have a combination of factors that come into play. One is the development standards that are, clearly established and written, the objective standards that you've heard us mention before, height, setbacks, things like that. But on the discretionary application, there are findings also that need to be made. And this does introduce some opportunity for the council to weigh in on the comp plan goals and policies and ensure that the project is meeting those findings. Staff has reviewed the project. You have a recommendation from the Planning and Transportation Commission, but this is information to help inform, not dictate the council's decision-making process. So ultimately, we would look to the council and its review of the findings to determine whether or not the project is in conformance with these requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have one question. So there is, in the comp plan, it also shows that, I'm sorry, in the parcel report, it also shows that there is the underlying land use, which is the streamside open space. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
So that is the comprehensive plan designation. And one of the slides did explain what the purpose of that designation is, so I will refer to that. It is slide. Sorry. It's slide number 5. And so the streamside open space designation is kind of a subset of other types of open space. And so in particular, it's intended to preserve and enhance corridors along streams.
And so what is this about the corridor will generally vary in width up to 200 feet on either side of the center line of the creek?
So in terms of which parcels are designated as being part of the streamside open space designation, it would be based on a buffer along the stream. And so because this is directly adjacent to a creek, it was included in this. Since this property is greater than 200 feet at certain points, I'm actually not sure how that affects the designation.
Yeah, I guess that's my question is potentially, could that be 200 feet on either side? Could we have a corridor width up to 200 feet on either side of the creek potentially because
Well,
of this
the other
designation?
side of the creek is the town of Portola Valley.
Then one side of the creek? I guess that's a question that that remains to be answered because, you know, there is the SOS designation. It is a OS, right? And so they all have to do with preserving and enhancing nature. I think that's my only question. And with that, if there's no other questions, I'm going to go to public comments. Madam Clerk.
And public commenters. So would you prefer to give 3 minutes or 2 minutes per speaker?
Let's go with 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Actually, we have 12. And we will be cutting off public comments after the second speaker, if that's okay.
I'm sorry.
And we'll be cutting off public comment sign up after the second speaker.
Okay.
Okay. The very first person to speak will be Bill Ross here in the council chamber for 2 minutes.
Good evening. I would request 3 minutes. That's what I plan to present. In any event, I'll start immediately. I would like to not have this count because I'd like to comment on what the director said concerning the council question on consistency. Consistency is to be determined based on an established standard. There isn't one analyzed either in the MND or in the staff report. City attorney will tell you that case law says that consistency is determined if it will further without hindering general plan policies. Also relevant to the question of implementation of the specific comprehensive plan policy at issue with respect to stream setbacks adopted over 5 years ago, Government Code Section 65103B says that the planning agency shall adopt either specific plan or zoning indications implementing those policies. That wasn't done here. What are we left with? You're left with what amounts to exploring that policy with respect to this project. That doesn't mean a case-by-case analysis in the open space area. There's no authority in the general plan policy for that. Further, the first decision you have to make is on the adequacy of the mitigated negative declaration. If what the planning director says that how do you honor the 20-foot setback, that may well require at the building permit stage modified additional setbacks from what's presented, that's not the project analyzed in this MND. That's an entirely different project. It also borders on deferral of mitigation under CEQA. There would be a ministerial decision that should be a discretionary one presented and analyzed in the MND. I'd like to briefly touch on something that I think is a critical
Thank you,
inconsistency.
Mr. Ross. That was 2 minutes.
I'd like to reserve the right for written comment because of the reduction in time for just evidenced by the mayor. There are critical issues associated with the construction plans that are in the packet, C20, that are inconsistent with the content of the MND. It says, and it's been checked 3 times by the staff, that PG&E is in fact the electrical provider. If that's the case, then there are entirely different issues associated with mitigation. Also,
Mr. Ross,
I think it's,
your time is up.
I'll just add one more thing with respect to fire. The standards for that are in standards of cover. You, the council, should recall, and this is in section 15, that
Mr. Ross,
Station 2 isn't staffed all the time because of staff reductions. It's a critical omission. And I've never evaluated something where the fire inspector hasn't physically visited the site. Again, I would request that the public be afforded additional time to offer written comments on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
our next speaker is Lucinda Linecheck here in person.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just wanted to remind you all that not only the Audubon Society and the Sierra Club and the Mid-Peninsula Open Space District asked for better design and a wider buffer a while back. The Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan suggests in open space areas, buffers are going to be 150 feet. Santa Clara County requires 150 feet setback for riparian corridors. And on Palo Alto's open space there, you need the floodplains room. I think we're just overlooking the necessity to consider the riparian corridor. And there has not been any change to this project. And now it is your chance as our city council to redirect this project. And I thank you very much for taking the matter very seriously at hand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Shani Kleinhaus is our next speaker.
Good evening again. Shani Kleinhaus with Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm a resident and I do not speak for the Parks and Rec Commission. Audubon and the Sierra Club submitted comments on the mitigated negative declaration and sent an additional letter yesterday. We believe that the project is inconsistent with the general plan and stream setback policy, and the project does not preserve or enhance Los Trancos Creek and the riparian corridor. We have serious concerns with the adequacy of the project mitigated negative declaration in satisfying CEQA requirements. MND guidelines do not allow deferred development of mitigations or best practices that is included in this mitigated negative declaration. It does not allow different project requirements to contradict each other, like yes, Mo, don't touch the vegetation. And it does not allow, and it seems like the land use impact, which is one of the CEQA main elements that needs to be analyzed was not analyzed at all. So the CEQA needs to be recirculated, and they need to start over with that, because the CEQA document is really, you should not certify it tonight, it's inadequate. And I think direct staff to come back with a project that is better designed and has adequate setbacks and stronger mitigations. And the science of streams is not new. We know what happens when we build too close to creeks. We've experienced that just a few weeks ago. And what we have, and not only flooding is an issue, downstream as well, not only on a project site, but also most of our endangered species live in water, either the creeks or the bay. That's where the endangered species are, because that's been so impacted in our landscape. And so the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan looked to establish a 150-foot setback and reflects the public values in a city where 9 out of 10 residents, as you heard, are appreciative of our natural environment and want to preserve it. So let's ensure that the city actually makes a true effort to minimize and mitigate environmental impacts, provide a much wider setback, perhaps like the neighbors at the minimum. And most scientific, I'm sorry, you didn't tell anything.
I know, it's broken, so we have it on the television.
I didn't know, I'm sorry. So I only have a little bit more. So most scientific studies support a minimum of 50 to 100 feet, even in urban areas, if water quality, biodiversity, and flood management are going to be feasible. And if this project is not modified, eventually we'll need to harden that bank over there. And the result of that is not local, because once you harden one piece, it propagates in both directions. So at the end, you get either concrete or a riprap creek. And is that what we want to see? And also for the homeowner, I think eventually, 60 years and their home is in the creek, not on top. Be certified. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lynn Chiapella, you can unmute and speak for up to 2 minutes.
I concur with the previous speakers, and I also want to thank Pat Bird and Gerstone for asking the questions that I have. I did read the conditions, and I tried to do an earlier comment on our code enforcement when things go awry. Our code enforcement's been extremely weak and problematic, and if things don't go exactly the way the conditions as written are, we don't have the kind of code enforcement to fix it. The second thing I want to point out is that recently I've been going through areas where houses have been built near streams. And I also went out today to Los Altos along the Shoe Park area and those houses. And the erosion from the mass of water pouring down is really quite phenomenal. I've actually never seen as much water, and the flooding and also sandy soils slipping into the creek. And then the third thing I want to say is the top of the bank is impossible to construct. And my experience has been that when people say top of the bank, frequently it's not where you're standing on the top and think it is. It's sometimes below, as was the case in one of the Stanford properties. And it is very problematic down the road. The third thing is I visited several friends who have English gardens and things that they've put in after, and new lighting because a mountain lion walked by or whatever scared them. So then they have added lights. And again, our code enforcement isn't strong enough to do anything about it. And there's a lot of shoulds where there should be shalls. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Randy Fisher.
Good evening. I am Ronnie Fisher from the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. We are concerned about the project due to its proximity to the creek and the results on wildlife. Species within 300 feet of a creek need riparian vegetation along the banks, privacy, bird-safe design, and darkness at night. To preserve these elements, please eliminate or minimize the following hazards. First, please prevent any situations where birds can see from one side to the other through glass. For example, a balcony or patio that has glass on two sides, since birds cannot see untreated glass. What glass there is needs to be treated, especially on the side facing the creek, to achieve the American Bird Conservancy threat factor rating of a 15. Any fencing, whether it be for gardens or playgrounds, should allow animals to move through the landscape and allow permeability for animal connectivity and not block movement in the riparian setbacks. We ask that the swimming pool be taken out of the plan completely. If not, then the swimming pool should be covered and no gap below the fence around the pool should be permitted. No animal, not even a newt, should be able to get under the fence, since semi-aquatic species will get trapped in the pool. In addition, no lights should be allowed in the pool. Neither should any nighttime lighting be allowed along the riparian corridor. Lighting should not interfere with wildlife movement, and all outdoor lighting should be limited to a correlated color temperature of 2700 Kelvin or less, and be extinguished by 11 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is David Pochel.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. Please deny this project and its environmental report. The proposed 20 feet stream setback is grossly inadequate to protect our already threatened species. You cannot apply the 30-foot fire defensible space policy that would encroach down into the stream channel without impacting water quality and the habitat needs of wildlife. Even dead vegetative material is important to sustain water quality since it protects bare soils from erosion and it provides food and shelter for the protected species in the area. The dusky-footed wood rat builds its nests with large piles of sticks, and salamanders live under logs. These and other species also feed on the insects that live in, feed in, and decompose leaf litter, dead logs, branches, grasses, and other fire-prone material. Please keep in mind that the average home size is about 2,000 square feet. This proposal suggests that we forever degrade our commons, not to solve the regional housing shortage, but for an enormous mansion and ADU that has an outdoor shower and is next to a large pool that makes it look like it may serve as a clubhouse. What residents do with their money and behind closed doors is none of my business, but you are charged with protecting our shared resources. Please don't sacrifice our water quality, wildlife habitat, and view shed for the vanity mansion, 4 times the size of the average house. Now, a large mansion with a reasonable stream setback rather than an enormous mansion can also display wealth. A larger setback such as 150 feet, 100 feet as called for by the Valley Habitat Plan or the City of San Jose, for examples, would resolve the conflicts among the proposed mitigations for this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Connie Cunningham.
Good evening again, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and council members. My name is Connie Cunningham with the Housing Commission in Cupertino. In regards to this agenda item, I particularly noticed the dangers to birds from glass and all riparian wildlife from light pollution. I care deeply about wildlife and the natural environment. Bird safe and dark skies regulations have been adopted by Cupertino City Council in 2021. Cupertino City staff worked closely with Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society on specific rules that Palo Alto should also adopt. I spoke about some key bird safe and dark skies regulations about glass and light pollution during public comments. Those same regulations apply here. Please decline to approve this project and ask the homeowner to require implementation of all the recommendations that were submitted by the Mid-Penn Regional Open Space District, including disinfectant protocols to prevent spreading of sudden oak death in the Los Troncos Valley. Require all outdoor lighting to be dimmable and in the yellowish range from 2700 Kelvin or less to reduce light pollution and the attraction of migratory birds and insects. All outdoor lighting should be turned off after 11 p.m. Require that all glass surfaces apply effective bird safety glazing treatment to protect birds from colliding with windows and other glass elements. To avoid light trespass, outdoor lighting must be fully shielded fixtures directed downward to meet the particular needs of the riparian areas. Nighttime lighting disrupts wildlife and threatens their health. Direct lighting away from the riparian corridor of the stream. Thank you for this time to speak.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Alice Kaufman. Alice Kaufman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Alice Kaufman, and I'm Policy and Advocacy Director with Green Foothills. You have received emails from 43 Palo Alto residents asking you to please require modifications to this more than life movement and to avoid increasing flood risk downstream. As the last few weeks have taught us, the foothills of the Santa Cruz Mountains are prone to erosion and mudslides. When we build too close to the banks of creeks, we increase bank instability and risk bank collapse. Erosion causes increased sedimentation of creeks, which leads to increased risk of downstream flooding. It also degrades water quality and negatively impacts aquatic species. Creek corridors are major habitat areas and are lifelines of survival for many species. Almost all of our local species use creek corridors at some point in their life history for drinking, breeding, nesting, shelter, and for migration and movement in the landscape. Human presence close to creek corridors has a disruptive effect on wildlife. Human activity and movement, nighttime lighting, and noise can all act to deter animals from approaching these areas. And for animals that have no choice but to use or to move through such areas in order to find food and shelter, these impacts act as stressors that can impair their health. Should this homeowner in future decide to cut down some of the riparian trees and vegetation in order to increase defensible space for fire protection, this would not only further impair the habitat value of the riparian forest, it also would increase the risk of erosion. Plants on creek banks slow the speed of stormwater runoff and stabilize the soil with their roots. Removing them will increase the risk of erosion. As others have mentioned, the unincorporated county area requires a 150-foot setback from streams, and even in urbanized San Jose, the riparian setback is 100 feet. A 20-foot setback does not even protect the home from being undermined by future erosion, let alone allow sufficient room for habitat and wildlife. Please increase the setback to a minimum 55 feet, which is in line with neighboring homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Mark Molyneux.
Hello there, Mark Molyneux. I'd like to echo a few of the previous statements. Dave's statements, I think, were particularly on point. Just some observations. This is on 5.3 acres. That's very luxurious. This is a 7,000 unit proposal by the developer, and that's very luxurious. This will have an affordable housing percentage of 0%. That's far below the inclusionary zoning percentages for apartments. And we're seeing a lot of, pushback against this for reasons of the ecosystem, which is legitimate, and for reasons of neighbors complaining, which in my mind is not legitimate. We're seeing from the council members very few complaints based upon affordability, and I find that very curious. How did this get so close? If it wasn't for the setbacks being so close to the creek, this would just sail through. And really, based upon our housing crisis and everything, why is this so easy? Whereas like putting up a 20-story tower anywhere is so hard. It boggles common decency and just sense. This is a waste of resources. This is a waste of construction labor. Really, as far as a comprehensive plan, why do we allow a creek to be quote unquote enhanced by some jerk who wants to build a mansion there? It's pretty stupid. So I would just recommend doing much more in the larger picture to stop frivolous, luxurious developments as this in general and try to have more infill. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Michael Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor Koo and council members. First, I would like to echo many of the environmental concerns. I'm with the Sierra Club, and I'd like to echo a lot of the concerns that you've heard from the public. And I want to express appreciation for some of the questions that were put forward by council members as well. And we do have a situation here where there are some odd contrasts. There's the contrast between plan and ordinance. And I would just like to say that I don't think we need to default to the most permissive that we could find. I'm particularly the business of moving the building later to accommodate potential earth movement. I would think that should be done first. That was Councilmember Burt's question and followed up by Councilmember Vinca. I think those are very, very good questions. But I am particularly concerned about the defensible space issue. What we are, in theory, this design is trying to protect trees, yet by placing this 7,200 square foot home in there, we are virtually giving a death sentence to the trees. That state law could be accessed at any time to just clear the trees. So I have a concern also about the fire road and the turnaround space, which fire engines need. And since my time is up, I would just like to close again with my appreciation for the comments of the council members.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Aram James.
I've said it before, but the best job I ever had was cutting some of the original trails at Foothills Park for the city of Palo Alto at about $2.65 an hour back in 1968 or thereabouts. So I love this area. I'm very interested in how close it is to trails, and I don't have a sense of that because I haven't visited the site, both either in the Los Trancos open space or Foothills Park, the beautiful Los Trancos Trail, how that's going to impact it. I think the questions here, they've been very nuanced. The environmentalists that spoke here tonight are just a total inspiration. There's been so much nuance there. 50 feet setback seems to be the absolute minimum because of we allowed a building, or maybe it's in Portola Valley, to have that setback. But obviously, if the County of Santa Clara and other agencies have thought that it's 150, then that's the way to go. Seems to me that this has got to be built in the plans and not all of a sudden expect an under-resourced building codes department. It's clear in Palo Alto, people are building all the time without permits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We all know that live in the city. And so, you don't want to do it after the fact. So, good going, Pat Burt, to open in the questioning on that. So we got to make certain that it's done. And then can this be turned into an Airbnb? And how much car traffic is going to be coming up in this beautiful area and then ultimately destroyed? 7,500 square feet. I'm not going to call anybody that builds a home and is trying to plan it a jerk. I don't think that's the way to go. But we want to reason with that person. And the applicant, the gentleman that's speaking, is very soft-spoken. He draws you in. But that's not the answer to the question here. This whole discussion has raised more questions about this project than it's answered. So thank you for doing your job tonight to the city council.
Thank you, Mr. James. And our final speaker is Julie Beer.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for this discussion. I'm really uncomfortable with this 20-foot setback. It's it's not a wide enough corridor for animals to pass by. I think there will be erosion into the creek. I don't even know why the plan got this far. I don't like hearing, well, we'll change it. You know, if maybe we'll put it back 5 feet, maybe we'll put it back more. I don't like the idea that they just looked at one other property that had a 55-foot setback. Why didn't they look at more? I'm uncomfortable with somebody from the fire department, if I heard it correctly, not looking at the site to see if this would be adequate clearance for them. So I really hope that you will not approve this plan as is, 20 feet. Another thing, my partner has done construction for many years. Construction is really messy, like Councilmember Burt was talking about. You always have things that are unplanned that you have to make changes in building plans. I really hope that there was at least 50, 75 feet setback. And I just want to protect the species movement. I don't want to have light on them at night. I like no light at all after 11 p.m. And I just worry about our creek. So thank you very much. Goodbye.
Okay, we bring it back to if the applicant wants to make comments on some of the comments that you heard and questions.
Yes, I'll be brief. I mainly wanted to just respond to some of the comments directly from the council, just to get back to you on some of your questions. With regards to excavation, we are working with a very good team, structural engineers, ZFA and Lee & Braze. I'm sure everyone has heard of them, civil engineers. And there are methods in construction to do blind-sided, one-sided foundation. And so I think I'm just mentioning that because it seems rather substantive in context of the discussion. A lot of basement construction is often one-sided with shotcrete. There are other creative things that we've talked about. You can cantilever the corner of the foundation so that there is no foundation at the corner. You rely on the adjacent foundations to support. And so those are all techniques that we can explore. We're not trying to pull any fast one on anyone or anything. We want to follow all the rules for sure, which we've been trying to do. All the prescriptive rules that we've been given from Palo Alto, we've been trying to follow to the T. And so in that regard, that would be the same with the 20-foot setback. We're not proposing or assuming that any excavation would extend past the 20 feet. We would just regulate that ourselves and make sure that the engineering team comes up with proper construction systems and solutions to deal with that accordingly. And then another topic is the fire truck access. I think there's a little bit of a miscommunication. I haven't met the fire staff that was a part of this call, but to say that no fire department has never been to the site is not true. We actually, 2 years ago, we met 2 or 3 members of the Palo Alto Fire Department on the site before we even reached out to planning to try to look at this from early on. And so Sophia comes to mind. I can't remember because it's been a few years, but we met with 2 or 3 and talked with them before we even proposed anything on the site. And so the fire department has definitely been to the site, certain staff members to talk with us. And we've also been in communication with them, obviously, via email. Our engineer, Johnny at Lee & Braze, has been in constant communication with them. And on our sheet A0.2, we have a diagram assisted by Lee & Braze where they very carefully map out fire turn radius. It's not just the 14 feet. They have maximum gradients, maximum slopes, 15%, 8%. We have to deal with the topography. We have to clear the canopies of the trees. The minimum turnaround radius is rather large, as everyone knows, for fire trucks. And so we really try to pay attention to that. I just didn't want to give the impression that we were frivolous or cavalier about it. And so I think last thing I want to mention is our neighbor at 805, when they walked our site, we also had the opportunity to walk their site as well. And I don't have the statistics offhand, but from our estimation, I think there's also a clarification as to 20 feet from the creek versus 20 feet from the top of bank. As Emily's diagram showed, if we're 20 feet from the top of bank, we're about 40 feet from the actual creek. And I think a similar analogy goes for 805. Based on some drawings that we've seen, I suspect, I'm not 100% sure because I don't have surveys, but I suspect that the 50-foot approximation is probably to the creek, but their setback from the top of bank, if it's apples to apples, is probably 20 to 30 feet range. Those are just some of the specific points I wanted to respond to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to council unless staff has something to say.
Only that we do have Christy Asmus from the biologist from Rincon is now available to answer a question posed earlier.
Was it your question, council members? So is she, do you want to repeat the question for her, Vice Mayor?
Christy, do you need me to repeat the question?
Does look like you're off mute, but well, we cannot hear you.
Okay, we'll come back to her. So if council member have
Sorry, we do have Abe, who is also from the same company, and he is prepared to present on her behalf.
Okay.
Abe?
Yes, thank you. Not a biologist, but I just get a chance to exchange notes with Christy, and I'll give it a shot. So thank you, Ms. Mayor and council members. So the question was about wildlife movement through the site. And the question that we're answering in the CEQA guidelines has to do with the project impeding a wildlife movement corridor. And what I'm hoping Christy was going to say was that the creek itself is the key wildlife movement corridor because the animals prefer cover. And so the open spaces, such as where the house is proposed, isn't their natural place where they'd be moving through the landscape. It's a landscape level picture we're looking at through multiple properties. And that because the project is outside of the riparian corridor, including outside of the edge of a riparian vegetation that serves as cover, animals will stay in the creek, and because there's other houses in the vicinity and some level of human activity, they're accustomed to that and use the creek as their main corridor.
Thank you, Abe. Okay, we'll go to council member comments and questions. At this point, I see council member Vinker.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Koo. I first want to thank the large number of people that took the time to speak to us during public comment. And it was quite a who's who of environmental leaders and that we were graced with tonight. So that's really wonderful and helpful. I also want to thank the applicant for responding to my question earlier. I think you closed with, on my point, that you're not proposing or assuming excavation would extend past the 20-foot setback, and you gave a couple of examples as to how one could avoid that. The blindsided foundation, which I'm familiar with from other things, and or cantilever the foundation, and that there are various techniques you can explore. But my concern remains because, first of all, it sounds different than the way Director Late was thinking about it, and that's probably based on this, what was part of the MND? Yes, that the geotechnical report that talks about over excavation being deemed necessary. Now, I'm not an expert, but that's part of what was relied on in that report. And it talks about that over excavation being at least 5 feet beyond the perimeter of the proposed residence. So I hear Director Late talking about moving it back to 25 feet. You're talking about finding ways not to over excavate. You know, this is what was relied on in the mitigation findings, the need to over excavate. So that's where I'm left. And if the project that now will have a different footprint, it's a different project. And, you know, I want to return to the setback issue, because we've talked a lot tonight about our comp plan intent to explore 150-foot setback. And I want to note it also describes an intent to have at least a 30-foot border of native riparian vegetation. We talked about San Jose's setback. It's actually, I think, 35 to 100 feet, depending on where within the city the creek is. And that raises a lot of concern in my mind about creekside properties and you know, what we should do as a council, but we didn't do it yet. And our code does say 20 feet. And I think in fairness to you, I'm working with that 20-foot number, but I'm still not satisfied that the application and the findings keep us within that 20 feet. And because it's right on the edge, and because there's a lot of wisdom out there that says it ought to be an awful lot more, I don't think we can give ground on that, so to speak. But I do want to just note to my fellow council members that, you know, let's do it. Maybe not right now, but I would like to have a discussion after this on when it's appropriate about how to move more quickly to actually do what the comp plan said, so that we're not back in this in the meantime. But for now, I'm comfortable with encroaching into this minimal 20-foot setback, and that's what the papers before us seem to intimate would happen. So, thank you.
Okay, sir, we're not going to be, we're going to deliberate among ourselves right now, so we
I was
can
just
have.
here for questions, but it's okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to just kind of frame this discussion. We have issues of literal zoning code objective standards that currently is this minimum of 20-foot setback. But we have a whole series of other guidelines and policies related to our open space areas. And I'm concerned that in recent years, we haven't had too many of these projects. I actually, going back a while, had reviewed a good number of them. And there seems to have been a real drift in how we interpret the obligations of the project to comply with our environmental standards. And in particular, I want us to focus on the finding that is in site and design finding C, ensure that sound principles of environmental design and ecological balance shall be observed. And that is within the full discretion of the council as to whether a project meets that finding. We may have additional objective standards that are easier to decide, but this certainly gives us the latitude to interpret whether a project meets that requirement. And within our open space development standards, we have a whole series of requirements that basically are under the theme that development can occur in the foothills, but it must comply with our guidelines. And those are at the forefront of those are first for viewscape to not have development on ridge lines. And somehow 4 years or so ago, there was a project approved right up above Erastero preserve that is on a ridge line, and a mitigation is planting some trees that apparently will take a couple decades to fully screen. That's taking that standard and I'll say that the other even more critical environmental protection is protection of the riparian corridor, which is the overwhelming space at which biodiversity exists and the intensity of our flora and fauna exist. And that's why they're called out not only in our standards, it's called out at the county level, it's called out at the Mid-Penn open space level, it's called out California Division of Fish and Wildlife. It is broadly understood that the riparian corridors have the highest priority for protection. And instead, we've got a project that says, okay, you can go right up to 20 feet from the bank height. But you've got to put your shades on an automatic control. Your swimming pool that is right up against there should not have lighting into the creek. And all these things that are active protections, meaning that basically a property owner can do what we've seen many property owners do, is ultimately ignore the conditions of approval, or a subsequent property sells and the subsequent owner even more likely ignores them. The standards have to be built into the design and not be left to an unenforced discretion. The report says is there's no active monitoring of mitigations intended. So if we don't build them into the design, they have really no bearing. This is a big parcel. It's over 5 acres. Not all of it is readily developable, but far more than this half acre is. They have 2 big areas that are basically not vegetated with trees. And even within that, the trees that are up against the roadside are not in the riparian corridor. If there was an absolute necessity to have some tree removal, that could be done amongst those other trees, and even cuts are allowed. But I don't see that as a necessity. What's in the way is this giant serpentine driveway that we've just heard tonight apparently is not a stipulation of our fire department. And if they redesign around that, they have all kinds of space to build this 8,000 square foot home and ADU without intruding in the riparian corridor. And we also have this issue of defensible space for fire. And we're supposed to have a 30-foot defensible space from the flammable vegetation. I saw a reference in the report that said, well, unless it's basically trees that are in bad shape or dead, that they're not considered flammable. And I'm shocked at that assertion after 3 years of drought, where we saw that our entire woodland is highly flammable, truly so. And it's been recognized by fire departments that the entire area is acute fire danger. And so having that defensible space is critical. That same defensible space would put us in the ballpark of the setbacks from the riparian corridor that are adopted by as county guidelines that are referenced in our comprehensive plan. So if we had a 50-foot setback, 20-foot from the bank top and a 30-foot defensible space, then we've addressed both the fire safety issue and the environmental issue. And when the time comes, I'm going to be ready to make a motion to refer this back to the Planning and Transportation Commission to pursue a design that would address those requirements. And at the same time, I would hope to refer to staff to move forward with implementation of the comp plan policy and programs that are in the comp plan relating to streamside setbacks. Also note that I have several concerns with the environmental impact report or the mitigated negative declaration. One was just the characterization by our consultant a few moments ago that basically indicated the 20-foot setback is just fine for riparian corridors. And it has no significant environmental impact. And that is just contrary to every other agency's policy that I'm aware of, and best environmental practices. On top of that, there's an assertion that new lighting is not an impact because it's a comparable lighting density to other homes in the area, but none of those homes are within 20 feet of the corridor. So I am and even if there were homes that had that, compounding a problem doesn't mean it's a non-problem. It means it's compounding a problem. But in fact, there are no other homes that have this lighting and this adjacency to the corridor, not to mention the noise issues. And then on top of that, as I mentioned at the outset, this design right now, I don't know how this went forward because a portion of the building design is under the drip line of an oak tree. And the whole notion that we would go forward with considering a project that would then, at the permitting point, be modified is bass-backwards. And that doesn't even include that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has guidelines that seem to disapprove of this design. My understanding is that various agencies were given the opportunity to comment on the environmental document, but it's also my understanding that they don't have the resources to do so. When this project would come for a permit, that's when they would deny it. So we go through this long process and we haven't really identified the standards of other agencies that allows us to filter what should occur. Now, if we had adopted our own zoning code already to reflect this, then they'd probably be in alignment with those other agencies. But Fish and Wildlife still has permitting approval. And we should, at the outset of a project like this, we should be aware of what those other standards are and make sure that applicants understand them and insist on projects that come forward with this. So that's a portion of my concerns. I'll add that I'm very concerned with prospective bank failure. And with the high water flows and erosion potential, when foundations are constructed within that distance of the bank, it undermines the bank stability, and different agencies have already cited that. And so we accentuate the risk of bank failure. And I'll also note that the references in the report to fisheries, including steelhead, made no reference to understanding that there is a current federal lawsuit to overcome the barrier of Searsville Dam on steelhead migration and spawning. And this is directly upstream from that. And that plan is in the works. It'll take a number of years to implement it, but the future is that this creek and this corridor will become a greater opportunity for steelhead habitat. And I saw no recognition of that very significant thing. And that's not an inconsequential matter. Stanford is looking at spending many tens of millions of dollars in response to that lawsuit to solve this problem on steelhead migration. This is not some little marginal issue. So for those and other reasons, I don't believe that the project meets the findings that we have here. And I think I'll focus on that in the motion. But I also have real significant concerns on the mitigated negative declaration. But I think the findings are the issue that we should focus on. Thank you.
Not seeing any light, I'd like to make some comments also. I concur with Councilmember Burt with a little bit trepidation about the trees that you mentioned, that perhaps we could, that they might be some of them taken, removed. As much as possible and not to remove them, that would be where I would be at. But I agree that the findings, I can't find the findings for number D. And the reason is because it doesn't conform to it is not in accord with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan on page 28 specifically states that the streamside open space, the SOS, is a designation intended to preserve and enhance corridors of riparian vegetation along streams. Then it goes on, then for the open space, it's a controlled development that the land shall have all the characteristics of open space, but where some development may be allowed on private properties, open space amenities must be retained in these areas. And so it's a beautiful parcel, and certainly building the house is fine, but this is a natural habitat for many species, and some of them are endangered. So I agree. I don't believe that I can, this mitigated negative declaration is sufficient. As a matter of fact, I think that perhaps we should be going to an EIR. But also, Councilmember Burt mentioned the erosion of the bank, its stability, but there's also the hydrology and subsurface flows, the riparian vegetation. With the site and design, many members of the public did mention bird-safe glass, and this house has a lot of glass, even on the balcony. I am at loss of the word for the railing. That's glass as well. So I think it would require effective bird-safe glazing treatment on all the glass. Also eliminate the fencing that was in the report would actually impede wildlife movement along the creek. So obviously we're concerned about nighttime lighting. I'm also, I wasn't sure if there's going to be skylights. That's another concern for me. The pool is a concern because it's so close to the creek. And over time, if it should leak for whatever reason, especially because it is close to the San Andreas Fault and it leaks, then I'm not quite sure where the chemical water is going to flow to. In addition to that, if it's not covered, then what kind of amphibians, like the salamander, might end up in there? And that is also a endangered species. Oh, and of course there is the deferred which is deferred to the future. So how would we even monitor, or you cannot come up with future mitigation measures when we don't know what it is right now. And I believe also that it is against, that CEQA does not allow that. So there is a lot of concerns in this, and I would agree that this should go back to PTC. And and I see that, so I'm going to stop and I'm going to let Council Member Tanaka go ahead. And then perhaps after that, we can entertain a motion.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I was wondering if the applicant could come up to the front, please. I have a few questions. So, what'd you say? Oh, yeah, is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Um, yeah, first of all, I just wanted to thank the many public speakers that we had. I think that's wonderful to have community input and for staff for your work as well. And also want to thank the applicant for being willing to invest in our community. I think that's also important. So thank you for your work in this area as well. And I have two basic questions. I guess the first thing is I'd like to understand from your perspective, what was the application process like? Like how did you guys get to here? Because you're hearing from council and hearing a lot of concerns from the community. How did you guys end up here? So I don't know if you could briefly just talk a little bit about the development process from your perspective.
I guess thanks for asking. It's been, just to be completely honest, it's been quite a process. It's taken 2 years from when we started designing and engineering for the site. We try to do everything right, speak with the fire department early on, speak with the planning department early on, do research in the open space. Obviously, relative to others like R1, it's a more novel district for most. And so we knew that going in, and we wanted to do our due diligence and our research from the very get-go, because we know the biggest assumptions are the most important going in. And so we wanted to be very respectful. We know all about fire protection and TPZs and want to be very respectful for all that. I think we started the project in January 2021. We went through all the proper steps, I believe, a pre-application meeting, submitting multiple rounds of planning for review. We heard back from all the departments, including building and public works. We responded to every comment. We tried to design the project based on all the zoning regulations and information that was given to us by the city. And so naturally, it's a little bit, I know there are larger issues going on above our project in terms of comprehensive plan and policies and stuff like that. But I guess, as you can imagine, there's a little bit of frustration from the design team side because we feel like we're chasing a little bit of a moving target. It's not, sometimes even during the process of the 2 years, sometimes these targets have changed on us, but we keep resubmitting to try to address. And so we're very pleased to finally get through the PTC and finally have a chance to present to the council. And so not that we don't hear all of these issues and think it's important, we do. Yeah. But at the same time, we can only follow the rules that we're given. And we feel we've done that, but we're of course at this stage where it's difficult. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for stay up there because I have a few other things. So thank you for kind of giving your perspective because I think it's important to hear that. I mean, you can probably count the votes here, right? But what would help you the most to know from the council tonight? Because I know what you're saying. There's this kind of like, and you're not the first applicant to say this, right? And I've heard this from a lot of people about the Polita process, and it is what it is, but it's not easy. But what specifically direction would be helpful for the council so that we're not in this endless like entitlement loop? What would be specifically would be useful to know concretely, so that if this did go back to PTC and came back to us again, that there'd be better clarity, right? Perhaps even be on consent calendar, right? What are the parameters that would help you understand, so that something could be designed that would pass?
Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of good comments tonight, and we have a lot to digest from the design team side. I probably have to marinate and synthesize a little bit longer. I would say off the top of my head, though, it's not very clear from our end. We tried to follow all the prescriptive rules, and we're still, obviously, we have a tough conversation. I think even from the riparian edge standpoint, from the fire access standpoint, it's fairly ambiguous to us. On some regards, it's about excavation. If we comply maybe within the 5 feet, maybe that might suffice. But then there's also talk about increasing the riparian edge as a policy standpoint to 50 feet, which would essentially wipe out the entire western half of the clearing, which is a very different animal for probably actually bordering on almost, I mean, the feasibility of it, depending on, you know, the owner's requirements and everything, it could very well render the project infeasible. And anything like 150 would pretty much overlap the
how wide is the
entire
property
site.
again? Like
I'm sorry?
What's the width of the property again?
It varies off the top of my head, but I did do a study, and the current setback at 20, if it's at 50, it's pretty much like halfway through the clearing. And then anything more would just take over the entire clearing,
Okay.
which would obviously, you don't have to be in the industry to know that makes it impossible to develop anything there. And so I think the different thresholds that we've talked about, 20 feet, 25 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet, 55 feet, 150 feet, 200 feet, all those numbers have been thrown out. So not very clear from our perspective what should we design towards,
Okay.
and what the owner's expectation should be, because any of those numbers could easily render the site undevelopable from that perspective. I think the fire access, we really tried to do our due diligence in dealing with all the technical requirements from engineering. And so the fire access is complex and it has a lot of implications on site planning. So that's obviously a big driver. And I think the subtleties.
What specifically about fire access do you need to know?
Oh, meaning the fire access has to come far enough into the site so that the fire personnel can leave the truck and wrap around the entire house within 150 feet maximum. And so this usually doesn't come into play too much in east of 280 in the R1 districts, et cetera. But in these larger sites, it comes a lot into play. And so I think from a site planning standpoint, I think just juggling those things. Obviously, we've looked at this a lot longer than you guys have, but I think there are hidden constraints there that we're trying to grapple with. But that's our job, right, as designers. But I would say the lack of clarity on the riparian discussion, what threshold might be enforced.
What threshold for what again?
The distance.
Okay, yeah, we talked about that.
We've talked about a lot of numbers. Yeah. I think also in terms of what we can do as, I mean, obviously, if there is no home at all on the site, I think dark skies and impacts to wildlife is obviously the best. But if we're going under the assumption that we're allowed to do something here, then what is I think that's the hard to quantify, I think, for everyone. Like, what is enough in terms of light control? What can reasonably be expected from a single family home? I think that's a little unclear also as to what is enough. Obviously, we have issues where building code issues where to say don't have any windows along that whole edge has implications for egress and light and ventilation and that kind of thing.
Okay, so really three big ones: threshold, like how far from the creek, fire access, and lighting, right? Those.
Yes, and I suppose the bird safe glass and the extent of that. I mean, we're happy to do what we can, but we also don't know to what extent or what is good enough. It's a little bit of an interpretive topic, I suppose, as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can stay there. I just want to ask staff questions now. So, let's say, for instance, the council here says, 150 feet, right? So it just basically renders the property totally and like nothing can be built, right? What like maybe this is a question from Molly. I don't know. What does that mean? What does that? I guess what are the legal implications of that? If we have something that's so hard that it's impossible for the developer to build.
Yeah, so we do have some state laws that pertain. The Housing Accountability Act requires that the project not be made infeasible.
Okay, and what would that be? Let's just take the very first one, threshold. So how far from the creek at what point does it become infeasible? Is it 150 feet, the whole width of the property? Is it, is it 50 feet? Like what?
So your lawyers can't tell you that. John can help out, and I think he's going to point you back to your findings.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think I haven't heard 150 feet this evening. I heard 50 feet, and I think it with a remand back to PTC as a possible motion. I don't think, Councilmember, we can answer that question. I think it needs to be studied because I don't think we know what would make it infeasible at this point. But to echo Molly's comment, based on the Housing Accountability Act, we cannot impose conditions that make this project infeasible.
Okay, I guess it's kind of infeasible. It's maybe a little bit subjective then, or is it more concrete? Or maybe someone could explain to me exactly what does infeasible mean.
Albert, can you join us on the call and help with some specifics here?
So the actual provision of the Housing Accountability Act here is that the city can't deny or reduce the density of the project, and reducing the density includes basically like reducing the housing capacity. In this case, I guess that's the way in which making the project infeasible is prescribed by state law, because that would be, if you can't build the home, if you can't build the ADU, that reduces the density of the project.
Okay, so I guess they could build at least 2 units, right? The main house plus ADU, but there's nothing that says how big it could be, right? I mean, it could be 800 square feet theoretically, and that would be considered okay still, or is that considered to be a taking of property rights? I don't know if at what point does that cross the line?
Yeah. So from a Housing Accountability Act standpoint, I think there's not a clear line to be drawn there. Is taking a home from 7,000 square feet to 800 square feet a denial or a reduction of the density? Maybe, but where is that line? Is it at 3,000 or 5,000 square feet? It's hard to say.
Okay, and what would the recourse be? Let's say that happened. What would the recourse be of the property owner?
It would likely be, litigation seeking a declaration that the city had reduced the density of the project in violation of state law, and it's unclear at that point whether it would be sent back to the city for reconsideration or if the court would take it upon itself to, order some specific project.
Okay. So, having thought about this project, it seems like it's likely to go back to PTC, but I think if it goes back to PTC, we need to, just in terms of fairness, in terms of having a process that is rational, is at least address the 4 things that the applicant asked about. It may not be feasible, I'm not sure, but I think at least that should be concrete. So they're not in this endless open loop of not knowing, like you do this and then, oops, nope, the cheese moved again. You gotta chase it over here, because it takes up a lot of staff time, takes up council time. So I think we at least owe it to the applicant and to ourselves to try to nail this down pretty tightly so that there's not a lack of clarity here, and that this process can somehow continue. So anyways, that's all I had. Thank you.
I just want to state also, this is also discretionary. So council has discretionary powers in order to review this. So I just want to put that in perspective as well. We can entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Luthcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm appreciative of the time and the imperative not to repeat what my colleagues have said. I want to simply state for the record that I, and probably all of us, feel for the applicant. Quote, we've tried to do everything right. We met with the fire, we met with the planning early on. We've been chasing a moving target. I think we as a city have an obligation not to offer people moving targets. I know nobody intended to offer a moving target, but that seems to be effectively what this applicant has had to contend with. And I think we should be concerned about that. As a procedural matter, it feels that this was approved by PTC. It comes here with staff recommending approval with draft findings that the project meets site and what are they called? Site and design objectives. And yet here we are trying to get it to meet some kind of objective standard, some kind of standard we haven't yet articulated in writing anywhere. And so we're in this limbo, and this applicant is in this limbo, and we I think ought to strive to not let this happen. Thank you very much.
Before I take motions, I wanted to just address item number 14. For those who are waiting to speak to item 14, we will take comments, public comments, after we conclude this item number 13. And then we'll have the discussion at a later date. All right.
Madam Mayor, this is Gio Blackshaw from the Fire Department.
Yes. Hi, good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Real quick, I want to make a couple comments just for clarification on some of the previous comments that were made. One, Fire Station 2 is staffed 24 hours, 365 since the summer of 21. I know some people may still be under the impression that it is browned out, but it is no longer browned out, and fire personnel are always there. And secondly, my understanding when Inspector Scott Woodfin said he had not been to the site, not necessarily that fire personnel or representatives have not been to the site. So I just want to make that clarification too, because it seemed like some got the impression that fire did not get to the site at all. So I just want to make that clarification on behalf of Inspector Woodfin.
Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Councilmember Byrd?
Yes, so I'd like to propose a motion that the council refer this item back to the Planning and Transportation Commission, specifically for the reason that we cannot, that the current proposal does not allow us to make the finding of, I guess it's section 3 C, which is to ensure that sound principles of environmental design and ecological balance are observed. And within that referral to the PTC is to evaluate a project design that provides for approximately a 50-foot setback from the top of bank. And I deliberately am saying approximately to give some latitude to this evaluation. And then secondly, to request that staff begin the process to put into the zoning code comprehensive plan policy N3.3 and program N3.3.1. And if I have a second,
I'll second.
Okay. I'll just further state that this project is designed as close as possible to the creek. And we all know that that kind of setting is really attractive for a homeowner to be able to have that adjacency to a creek side and that beautiful riparian corridor. But our standards and the standards of multiple different agencies respect that there have to be greater protections to this critical part of our natural habitat, and that that the pleasure of the property owner needs to be balanced against those overriding considerations. And that's the basis for us needing to have a project that does a better job of balancing these issues. So I think that covers the thrust of my comments.
Thank you. So, like you said, this is a great piece of, it's a great parcel. It is filled with nature in every way. And with a granting of a permit to build on this land, there also comes responsibility, a responsibility to preserve the nature that it came with and not to gentrify it or even displace it or harm it. So with this, I truly believe there needs to be more examination. And I'd like to ask Councilmember Burt if you would consider putting that provides for 50 to 80 foot setback from the top of banks instead of just 50 and approximately.
Well, I'm concerned that having that even greater setback would necessitate a project that would remove trees on the roadside part. And so that's a reason that I thought that the approximately 50 feet was the right balance. And I'm sorry, and I need to note to the clerk, it's that's policy N3.3 and program N3.3.1. Got it. And I capitalized program. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say that the reason I was going to ask you to go to between 50 to 80 is so that PTC can evaluate that when this comes back to them. And then this way they can determine, not saying that they'll go to 80, but they can also look at the plans and see if there's any mitigations that's using trees that they might not like.
Suggested in that vicinity of 50 feet. So I think I'd like to keep it at that level.
Okay. So will you be also asking for them to redo the MND or to do a EIR?
Well, I suspect that there would need to be a modification, Director Late.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Mayor, we would look at that and and update it as needed based on the redesign.
Based on the ridge line?
The redesign.
Oh, redesign. Okay. Somehow I heard. Then I wanted to ask about whether into the site and design, if you would incorporate bird safe glass treatment. Or
Sorry, say that again.
I was wondering if we could add in there a point for the site and design to include effective bird safe glazing treatment of glass surfaces.
Yes, I'd be glad to include that.
Could we also look at eliminating fencing that would impede wildlife movement along the creek?
Yes. And I think what we want to do is not put these as stipulations, but as referrals to the PTC for evaluation.
Then if you don't mind, I have a few others. Refer to PTC for consideration.
Yeah, so maybe these should be sub-bullets under one. And yeah, and then two stays as a separate item. Yeah. What else did you have?
Eliminate nighttime lighting along the riparian corridor.
Agreed. That would be D. Sorry.
E would be, if you accept, is the pool should be covered and fenced in a way that ensures small animals cannot enter the swimming pool.
That's acceptable. Now, I want to make sure that under 1, we've worded this in a way that states that we're requesting that PTC review these conditions. So maybe proposal does not allow us to make the findings of section C, and then following that, put a period after C and say request that PTC evaluate a project design modifications to meet the following objectives.
F is to prepare a long-term monitoring program for the creek and riparian corridor. Does that work for you?
Not sure what that might.
Explore a long-term monitoring plan. I think more of that is to ensure that no runoff of chemicals in any way gets into the stream and compromise the steelhead or other.
Yeah. I think by kind of this passive design elements, my hope would be that we'd be addressing that and not need to have the long-term monitoring.
Okay.
So we'll delete
We'll
F.
take that out.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So no F. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. I think I agree with all of my colleagues up here because I think the question or the issue tonight is how we can be responsible and kind both to residents and our environment. Our residents do deserve a predictable permitting process, and our open space, especially our streamside open space, needs us to be good stewards of it. So I support this motion, but I hope that it addresses the 4 things that Councilmember Tanaka outlined, because I think we should give some certainty and predictability to this process as the PTC starts to evaluate these issues. So I don't know, am I allowed to cross-talk and ask him if it does, or you can address that when your turn comes. But I do have one question for staff about this. Item 2 in the motion requests that staff begin the process to put into the zoning code comprehensive plan policy and policies. How long do you estimate that process would take?
Well, I think what we're doing now is developing a work plan for this year, and we should be able to report out on that to the council soon. The actual process itself isn't all that complicated. It's just balancing it with the other work that we're doing, and when do we slot this into the other work that we're doing with the staff resources that we have. It doesn't strike me as overly complicated. I mean, again, though, I think the work is probably about 6 months, maybe, with the outreach that we would need to do. The start date is the part I'm not entirely sure about.
Thank you. I hate to add to your plate, but I think that we might save ourselves some time in the long run. But I'm sorry, looks like our city attorney or manager.
I think I would just add to amplify Director Late's initial comment that the staff is working on a work plan for the current calendar year. Part of that will be your city council discussion to occur on Saturday. And I don't know that given the short time frame between now and then, that there will be much of an opportunity to try to reconcile this specific referral with the ones that will already be on the table. But I think it's in that context that the council will see the follow-up from staff.
Okay. Thank you.
So just a one final word from me. It's this number 2 is arguably stepping over the outer boundaries of this agenda item. I'm interpreting this in the nature of ask staff to come back with information about what it would take and when it could be done. And so with the city manager's comment, I think this back for a further discussion with council about how this will be integrated with the other priorities and what the timing will be. And in that light, you can go ahead and do that tonight, but
Okay, well, why don't I go ahead and revise the language on
Thank you.
2 to reflect that. So request that staff return to council with a plan and timeline to do the following.
thank you.
And Mayor, at the appropriate time, I have a follow-up question on the motion.
Okay, please go, Mr. Late.
On letter D, 1D, eliminating nighttime lighting along the riparian corridor. Is that to suggest there's no light showing emanating at all from the interior or of the building? Is it the exterior landscape lighting? Just hoping to get a little bit more clarity as to how extensive that was, or if it was just focused in on the building, which may be substantially further away from the creek than currently proposed.
I think the nighttime lighting would be mainly on the exterior of the building along the riparian corridor, because
Mayor, maybe part of the problem too is when we say eliminate, it's not clear what we're meaning. If we were to
drastically minimize.
Minimize instead of eliminate.
Okay, minimize.
That gives greater latitude.
Thank you.
Are we good with this? Oh, Councilmember Tanaka, I didn't see your light.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to ask my colleague here, how'd you come up on 50 feet? Why not 40? Why not 60? Why 50?
Say it again.
So why 50 feet? Why not 40? Why not 60? Like, how'd you come up with 50?
That's the adding together the setback from top of creek at 20 feet and 30 feet defensible space. But as the motion notes, it's approximately. And so I suppose that if we selected 40 feet or 60 feet, you'd ask the same question. So this gives some latitude. It gives an approximate range.
Okay, it just seems kind of arbitrary.
Yes, but that's what the word approximate means. And it's not a definitive number. And as I just said, if we gave guidance on any number, I suspect you'd ask the same question.
Well, not if it was 20, but because that was the rule. So
okay, so that's my response.
Okay, okay. So because when I'm looking at the plans here and I kind of sketched out what 50 would mean. I mean, it would wipe out a large part of this project, and either that or they would have to, because right now where the house is, it's kind of in a flat area on the property, and it would push the house either towards the trees or the slope, which is harder to build. And so that's, either that or I guess they could go up theoretically, right? They could make it more of a two-story property, which actually, let me ask staff, from the staff point of view, that's possible still, right? They could still go up. They could, if the footprint got drastically reduced, they could still go up, right? Yeah, okay. And they're not anywhere close to the daylight plane, or is there problems with the top of the trees? Nope, okay. So they would have to just make it much more of a multi-story house. Okay, I was going to ask the mayor, I'd like to just ask a few questions of the applicant. Given the time they've been on this, I think it would be worth it to hear their feedback.
Well, and then we already have a motion on the floor, so I'm actually ready to move on.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so my feeling on this is that we've kind of just literally moved the cheese here like another 30 feet, and it's kind of unfair. It's not kind of, it is unfair. And I guess conceptually, according to my rough sketch, it looks like it could possibly still be built, but maybe much more multi-story. It would be actually good to hear from the applicant whether this is sufficient, because one thing they didn't address in here is like the things about fire. It does have bird safe glazing, but I'm not enough of an architect to know whether is that impossible to do or not. I'm not sure. I don't know if staff has any feedback on. Maybe I'll ask staff. So what is your thoughts on this? Does anything in here strike you as going to be really tough for anyone to comply with?
I think that a lot of it will take additional study from the architect. I think that one of the concerns about increasing the second floor area would be potential views from the ridge lines, but that's not something that we can evaluate until we have some type of plan or concept in front of us. In terms of the approximate site plan, it is an irregularly shaped property, so it can be hard to generalize, but at the widest point of the house, according to the floor area diagram, it's about 80 feet. So if you were, it's already 20 feet setback from the creek. If you increase that to 50, then you would be reducing what the applicant is proposing as the clearing space to build that house from about 80 feet to about 50 feet. But we're not, in a position to make a valuation judgment on that.
Okay. Is there anything else on this that strikes you as potential issues? At least from the staff point of view? Or anything else that maybe we should try to make clear tonight? So there's not another round trip here?
I think the motion is clear to staff.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, with that said, I don't think I could support this just because I think we want to have a predictable process. I mean, if you want, of course, it's a very large property and people are going to throw stones at this, but if you want housing to be built, we have to have a predictable permitting process. And so this strikes me as a very unfair process. I mean, just while this is not going to build a lot of housing, it's an example of what it's like to build in Palo Alto. And it's going to dissuade other people from wanting to build in our city. And so I can't support this motion just because I feel like we're literally moving the cheese on the applicant. Okay, thank you.
Okay, can we call the vote, please?
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-2, and Councilmember Lowing is recused.
Thank you. That concludes item number 13. We'll go to number 14, which is council discussion and direction regarding wage requirements for the contract for next janitorial services. And also review and provide direction on wage and benefits requirement for inclusion in a new janitorial service request for proposal. B, responsible contracting standards, colleagues memo. We're just going to take public comments here. But Madam Attorney, can we not close the public comments because it's such a late hour, and then we can, whomever had left, we can continue listening to comments from new persons?
Yes, it's always okay to take extra public comment. So you're going to take comment now, and then at another time when you hear the item, you'll take comment again from folks who haven't spoken.
Okay.
Yes,
and
that's fine.
Thank you.
That's what you wish to do?
Yes,
Yes.
please. And so with that, do we go through a presentation first, or do we just go to public comments?
That's certainly at your discretion. Assuming this item is going to be carried over to another meeting, we could defer the presentation until the second session.
Okay. So for the general public, for those of you who'd like to make public comments, please let us know.
For what it's worth, Mayor, I might suggest you consider whether you want to take a brief break since the council has been going at this point for 7 hours.
Yes, sure. Shall we take a 3-minute break? Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, we're at 3 minutes. All right, we're gonna get back, we're gonna continue to item number 14 and opening it for public comments. All right, let's get to work.
Okay, our first speaker is Aram James. You can unmute and speak for up to 3 minutes.
I'd like to defer my comments until after I've heard the entire conversation. So if that's okay with you, I'll put it over till my comments, the balance till next week. Is that okay?
Of course. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cassie Peabody.
Hello, my name is Cassie Peabody, and I'm the legal director at the Maintenance Cooperation Trust Fund. At MCTF, we work to eliminate unfair and illegal competition in the janitorial industry across the state of California. And we came tonight because we believe that it's imperative that the city of Palo Alto adopts a responsible contractor policy for their janitorial contractor. A city with the type of knowledge and wealth that exists in Palo Alto must use taxpayer dollars to support its janitorial workforce. As an essential part of California's economy, janitors are some of the most exploited workers in the service industry, subject to wage theft, sexual harassment, and unsafe working conditions. When the city of Palo Alto rewards irresponsible contractors, it exacerbates the economic divide that makes it so hard for janitors and their family to survive on the peninsula and in the South Bay in general, although we name these workers as essential parts of our community. At MCTF, we're regularly in touch with more than 14 janitors who work for SWA Facility Services. And through that work, we know that time and time again, SWA has failed Palo Alto's essential workforce. SWA janitors reported not receiving enough personal protective equipment during the COVID outbreak, that they do not receive the green cleaning products that are required under the contract between SWA and the city. Janitors did not receive the pay raises as was required by SWA's contract with the city. And sometimes janitors receive a lower rate of pay for paid time off than for hours worked. Unless the city of Palo Alto takes action, MCTF is clear that these same types of violations will continue to persist. It's unconscionable to set back the same janitorial workforce that keeps the city's public spaces clean and safe for everyone by allowing an irresponsible janitorial contractor to benefit for taxpayer dollars. And the only way to avoid this is to adopt a responsible contractor policy. So for that reason, we ask you to do so, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ruth Silver Taub. Ruth, can you try to unmute?
Did.
Oh, there we go. Got it.
Sorry, I thought I had. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ruth Silver Taub, and I'm the coordinator of the Santa Clara County Wage Theft Coalition. I also supervise the workers' rights practice at the Catherine and George Alexander Community Law Center at Santa Clara University Law School and the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement of the county's legal advice line. Back in March of 2022, janitorial workers in the city of Palo Alto expressed their concerns about SWA, and they gave a litany of complaints. One was the failure to meet labor standards. They didn't pay what they should have under the contract. They didn't provide compensable time off or vacation. And they didn't adhere to the policy. They didn't provide access to adequate safety equipment, and they failed to provide PPE. So workers weren't able to perform their jobs effectively. As a result, Palo Alto did take steps to address the wage theft issue. I wrote an article in San Jose Spotlight about the wage theft issue, and I know that MCTF filed a case with the Labor Commission. We applaud the city for taking action to ensure that workers are, and these are predominantly Latina women, that they receive their wages. We support the responsible contracting proposals put forth in a colleague memo by Vice Mayor Greerstone and Council Member Pacc to prevent future wage theft and other labor abuse on city janitorial contracts. It ensures third-party monitoring, but also that bidders aren't driving down standards in an already low-wage industry. The janitorial industry is infamous for its challenges with labor compliance. The Wage Theft Coalition put out a wage theft report, and we described and detailed with data the challenges regarding wage theft. The proposal outlined by Vice Mayor Stone and Councilmember Burtz will help ensure that Palo Alto's contracting practices are in line with its values on equity and labor harmony. And the Wage Theft Coalition supports this memo and supports the valiant janitorial workers who are essential workers and who toiled and exposed themselves to many dangers during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Lucia Ortiz.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Lucila Ortiz, and I am the Political Director with Working Partnerships USA. We are a community organization that works with working families to ensure and advocate for a just economy. And as a part of that, we've been working on worker issues. And one of the biggest ones that we've seen is wage theft, which, it's atrocious, and the consequences that it has with primarily people of color in low wage industries are the ones that are impacted by that. And so because of that, we're here because we want to support the responsible contracting proposals that are put forward in colleague memo by Vice Mayor Stone and Councilmember Burt to prevent the wage theft and other labor abuse in the city janitorial contracts. So this proposal, as Ruth mentioned before, not only ensures third-party monitoring, but also ensures that bidders are not driving standards down in an already low-wage industry. We believe that the city should lead with these values of equity and labor harmony. And that would be the first step to do that, would be to approve this memo. Thank you for your time. Have a good one.
Okay, thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jose Pavan.
Good evening, City Council of Palo Alto, and my name is Jose Luis Pavon. I'm a political organizer with SEIU, USWW, and we want to thank the city of Palo Alto for their efforts in addressing this critical issue where labor violations have taken place against janitors who are extremely vulnerable, immigrants who are very challenged to be able to defend themselves legally or politically. And so we want to thank you for stepping up and for doing the right thing. Thank Mayor Koo, former Mayor Pacc Burt, and Vice Mayor Mr. Greerstone for your efforts and for putting together the colleague memo supporting a responsible contractor policy. And we just urge you to support. We urge the rest of the city council and welcome all the new city council members and urge you to support the colleague memo that is being proposed by Vice Mayor Stone and former Mayor Burt. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Yardina.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm grateful to be here on the call, even though it's we're in the late hour. My colleague Cassie got a chance to share a bit about the mandate of our organization. I'm the executive director of the MCTF, the Maintenance Cooperation Trust Fund. So you've heard about our work and enforcement and working to stop the proliferation of the underground economy in our state. And one of the major mandates of our watchdog work is to investigate wage theft and labor violations, and also to create a level playing field for contractors who follow the law, who are doing the right thing, who are not misclassifying workers, who are paying fair wages, who are following their contractual obligations, for contractors who are being responsible. And we believe that especially in the public sector, the call for responsibility, those of us who are called for service, whether it's in the public sector or in the nonprofit sector, have answered that call for service, that call for being responsible. And I want to applaud the city of Palo Alto for taking measures, for the memos, for the call for responsible contracting, because wage theft, breaking the ethics of contractual obligations, is not the tenor that we want for essential workers. We know that janitors are essential. They were literally the job classification responsible for stopping the spread of COVID each time that we stepped outside of our home, whether it be at work, in our public buildings, in our schools, in our grocery stores. And it is important to make sure that the protections are afforded them just as the service of work was required of them. So I want to just leave this particular public comment reiterating not just the casework and the cases we filed and the work that we do in with our coalition partners or with the Labor Commissioner's Office, but also we are partners with the city. We're partners in responsible contracting and want to make sure that these jobs are good jobs for all. So I want to leave you with that comment, and once again, going on record publicly stating that we're grateful for the raising of the issue of responsible contracting and support that in every way in the city. And hope that this continues to be an example, Palo Alto stepping forward as an example for the entire Bay Area on what fair contracting looks like, what responsible contracting looks like, and what making sure that we protect those essential workers, those Black and brown workers, those workers who lay it on the line when many of us were working comfortably from our homes in times of crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Araceli.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. The janitorial industry is infamous for its challenges with labor compliance. The proposal outlined by Vice Mayor Stone and Councilmember Burt's colleagues memo will help ensure that Palo Alto's contracting practices are in line with its values on equity and labor harmony. We urge you to please support the colleagues memo proposed by Vice Mayor Stone and Councilmember Burt. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And our final speaker is Mila Zelka.
Good evening, good morning, Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Mila Zelka, and on behalf of Assemblymember Berman, he is supportive of the colleagues memo before you this evening that calls for serious reform in how the city can better uphold the needs of its janitorial staff, and is appreciative that there has been meaningful attention towards addressing the claims of wage theft experienced by the city of Palo Alto's contracted janitorial staff. It is a statement of our values as a community that our essential workers be treated with the utmost dignity and respect. This should include receiving at a minimum prevailing wages and benefits as the memo suggests. The Assembly member would like to commend Vice Mayor Greer Stone and Councilmember Pat Burt for working on this important issue and encourages everyone on council to support their memo. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That's our last public speaker.
Sorry, City Manager Cicada.
Thank you, Mayor. Looking at your schedule, staff would recommend that we lay over this item from tonight to next week's city council meeting. Excuse me, that's the 30th of January. You have the single item of the council's procedures and protocols handbook on that evening. So would recommend that you take this item up first, given that it has been deferred now a couple of times.
Very good. So it'll be January 30th, and it'll be the first item. So we'll have that then. And with that, we will go to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Seeing no light, I'll go first. I just want to announce that Council Member Byrd has been elected by his VTA Board of Director colleagues to be chair. And he was also appointed by the VTA Board to Caltrain's Board of Directors unanimously. Congratulations. Before I go on, I see Councilmember Vinker has her light on.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Mayor Koo, for sending a message of support and solidarity to Mayor John Hamilton in Bloomington, mayor of our sibling city, as city manager mentioned at the outset. I think it's important in light of those events in our state, as well as that event, that we are standing with all who strive to stop Asian hate and form of race-based prejudice. So I want to thank you for doing that, and to the city staff for preparing the statement and putting it on the website. On a more upbeat note, I am just thrilled that the Rinconada Library is now open on a Sunday, and I want to thank the staff for taking one thing off of my campaign promises to-do list.
Councilmember Lifkat-Hens.
I want to commend Councilmember Vinker for achieving a campaign promise.
Okay, great. Okay, we're adjourning this meeting in honor of the victims of the Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay shootings, tragedies that are perpetrated by those who have access to and use guns as weapons against innocent and helpless victims. Our hearts and prayers are with them, their loved ones, and the community of Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you and good morning.